Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Είναι πολύ μεγάλη μου χαρά και τιμή να φιλοξενούμε τον κύριο Γιώργο Φουστάνο μαζί με νέους που έχουν σπουδάσει και σπουδάζουν ναυτιλιακά για να του θέσουν ερωτήσεις γύρω από την ναυτιλία μας και από την ιστορία. Θα ξεκινήσουμε με τον Κίμωνα. Κίμωνα, έχεις το λόγο.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Ονομάζομαι Δανάη Κίμων. Είμαι απόφοιτης του μεταπληρωτή Arsenis στο Shipping Finance and Management. Κύριε Φουστάνο, θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω το εξής. Είστε ιστορικός που επικεντρώνεστε στην έρευνα με σκοπό την τεκμηρίωση και την προβολή του συνολικού έργου της ελληνικής εμπορικής ναυτιλίας. Μπορείτε να μας περιγράψετε τις δυσκολίες συλλογής και αξιολόγησης της ακρίβειας των γεγονότων για τις πρώτες περιόδους της σύγχρονης ελληνικής ναυτιλιακής κοινότητας από το 1860 και μετά? Ποια στιγμή ξεχωρίζετε από όλη την πορεία της έρευνάς σας όλα τα χρόνια? Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Καταρχάς θέλω να εκφράσω και εγώ τη χαρά μου που βρίσκομαι μαζί με 5 νέους και νέες. Όχι 4, 5. Και ιδιαίτερα για τα παιδιά τα οποία ξεκινούν με όραμα μια καριέρα στην ναυτιλία. Θέλω να τους διαβεβαιώσω ότι έχουν κάνει σωστή επιλογή σε όποιο κλάδο της ναυτιλίας και αν ασχοληθεί κανείς. Εφόσον το αγαπά, μόνο κερδισμένος θα βγει. Και η παρουσία πολλών νέων ανθρώπων στο ναυτιλιακό χώρο δίνει δύναμη και στην πατρίδα μας. Αυτό να μην το ξεχάτε ποτέ. Τώρα, για να έρθω στην απάντηση στο ερώτημά σας. Καταρχάς η απάντησή μου υποκειμενική. Με αυτό ως δεδομένο θα σας πω ότι η τεκμηρίωση γεγονότων που συνθέτουν την ιστορική διαδρομή της εμπορικής ναυτιλίας των Ελλήνων είναι μια πολυσύνθετη διαδικασία. Οφείλω να σας πω ότι δεν στηρίζομαι σχεδόν ποτέ σε αυτό που λέμε προσωπική μαρτυρία. Δεν βασίζομαι επίσης σε ό,τι έχει καταγραφεί από άλλους ιστορικούς. Σέβομαι τη δουλειά τους, μελετώ τα όποια συμπεράσματα διατυπώνουν, αλλά όπως και με τις προσωπικές μαρτυρίες, τα λαμβάνω απλώς υπόψη μου ως πηγή πληροφοριών όταν επιχειρώ να ερευνήσω κάποιο θέμα. Αισθάνομαι ασφαλής για την έρευνά μου μόνο εφόσον αυτό που παρουσιάζω βασίζεται σε αδιάστατα γεγονότα. Για να το πετύχω δε, έχω δημιουργήσει ένα κύκλο γνωριμιών με σοβαρούς συλλέκτες και ερευνητές από όλο τον κόσμο, με τους οποίους ανταλλάσσουμε απόψεις και κυρίως στοιχεία. Έχω υιοθετήσει αυτή τη μεθοδολογία επειδή με ελάχιστες εξαιρέσεις οι προσωπικές μαρτυρίες, κυρίως από πλευράς απογόνων ναυτιλιακών οικογενειών, πάνω στις οποίες συχνά βασίζονται οι ιστορικοί, είναι ως επιτοπλίστων υποκειμενικές. Οι περισσότεροι δε τείνουν να ωρεοποιούν ή να μεγενθύνουν τα επιτεύγματα των προγόνων τους, σε κάποιες δε περιπτώσεις ακόμα και τα δικά τους, ενώ αντιστρόφως υποβαθμίζουν τυχόν ατυχή ή δυσάρεστα περιστατικά. Σας διαβεβαιώ, αυτό το έχω διαπιστώσει επανειλημμένα. Και είναι λάθος, πιστεύω, να γράφεται η ιστορία με ανακρίβειες. Είναι προτιμότερο να μην γράφεις τίποτα, παρά να αλλοιώνεται η ιστορία με αναφορές οι οποίες προκαλούν τελικά σύγχυση και μπορεί να κλονίσουν και την εμπιστοσύνη του αναγνώστη. Για να μπορέσει επομένως κανείς να εκτιμήσει και να αξιολογήσει ακριβοδίκαια κάτι που συνέβη πριν 150 χρόνια στον ναυτιλιακό χώρο, χρειάζεται να έχει στη διάθεσή του αδιάστατα στοιχεία. Αυτά μπορεί να τα εντοπίσει μόνο από επίσημα έγγραφα, καταλόγους, δημοσιεύματα του τύπου, σε συνδυασμό με στοιχειώδη τουλάχιστον γνώση γύρω από την λειτουργία της ναυτιλίας. Συγχρόνως χρειάζεται σε αρκετές περιπτώσεις να εξευρεθεί και κάποια σχετική φωτογραφία που απεικονίζει πρόσωπα ή πλοία. Για την ορθή αξιολόγηση τώρα των τελευταίων απαιτούνται μάλιστα και ειδικές γνώσεις. Θα σας εξηγήσω. Ατμόπλια, για παράδειγμα, με το όνομα Άγιος Νικόλαος υπάρχουν πολλά. Πώς όμως μπορεί να γνωρίζει κανείς ποιο Άγιος Νικόλαος απεικονίζεται σε μια συγκεκριμένη φωτογραφία? Πολλά βιβλία έχουν κυκλοφορήσει με λάθος απεικονίσεις, τις οποίες βεβαίως ουδής σχεδόν αντιλαμβάνεται. Με αυτόν τον τρόπο όμως περνά η λανθασμένη πληροφόρηση και συχνά δυστυχώς διαιωνίζεται. Εκτός από τα παραπάνω, θεωρώ ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό να γνωρίζει κανείς στοιχειωδώς τα δεδομένα της κάθε εποχής που ερευνά, τόσο όσον αφορά τις εξελίξεις στην πατρίδα μας, όσο και στο διεθνή χώρο. Αντιλαμβάνεστε λοιπόν πόσο δύσκολο είναι να αποκτηθούν οι γνώσεις και να συγκεντρωθούν όλα αυτά τα στοιχεία για να προχωρήσει κανείς σε μια ενδελεχή μελέτη και να παρουσιάσει με ευθύνη στο ευρύ κοινό τα πεπραγμένα με ιστορική ακρίβεια. Όσο βέβαια προσεγγίζουμε τη σημερινή εποχή, ο βαθμός της δυσκολίας μειώνεται, μιας και η εξέβριση του υλικού, από το οποίο εξαρτάται η όποια έρευνα, είναι πολύ πιο εύκολη. Από πλευράς μου, η υπόθεση ερευνών που αφορούν τον τελευταίο μισό αιώνα είναι ιδιαίτερα ευχερής, μιας και ο ίδιος βίωσα την ναυτιλία ως ενεργό μέλος της με την ιδιότητα του εφοπλιστή από τις αρχές της δεκαετίας του 70. Ενώ παρακολουθώ σε καθημερινή βάση την πορεία της εδώ και 30 χρόνια που ασχολούμαι με την έρευνα. Για να κλείσω τώρα με το ερώτημά σας που για ποια στιγμή πιστεύω ότι σημάδεψε την πορεία μου στον πεδίο της έρευνας, αναντήρητα ήταν το 2011 όταν εμπνεύστηκα τη δημιουργία του Διαδικτυακού Μουσείου και αποφάσισα μάλιστα να το ανακοινώσω δημόσια μέσα σε εκείνη τη χρονιά. Δεν ξέρω αν σας έχω καλύψει. Αυτά πάντως πιστεύω εγώ και για την έρευνα, αλλά και για το σημαντικότερο πράγμα που έχει σημαδέψει όχι μόνο την πορεία μου, γενικά όλη μου τη ζωή. Ευχαριστώ.
Εννοείται. Να προχωρήσουμε πολύ γρήγορα στον Ιάσονα.
Γεια σας και από μένα. Ονομάζομαι Μαζαράκης Ιάσον. Είμαι στο 3ο έτος των ναυτιλιακών σπουδών στο Πανεπιστήμιο Πειραιά. Και εγώ θα ήθελα να μιλήσω λίγο σχετικά, να θέσω μια ερώτηση σχετικά με το Διαδικτυακό Μουσείο. Και συγκεκριμένα, κύριε Φουστάνε, ποια είναι η σuma των τελευταίων 200 ετών της ελληνικής ναυτιλιακής ιστορίας, για τα οποία κάποιος θα μπορεί να ενημερωθεί μέσω του Greek Shipping Miracle?
Καταρχάς θα σου πω, Ιάσονα, ότι έχεις ένα ιστορικό όνομα, πολύ συνδεδεμένο με την ναυτιλία την προπολεμική. Μαζαράκης ήταν μια σπουδαία οικογένεια από τη Κεφαλονιά, συνδεδεμένη με τους Λυκιαρδόπουλους. Δεν ξέρω αν έχεις κάποια συγγένεια.
Τυχαίνει να είμαι από την Κεφαλονιά.
Εντάξει. Αλλά θέλω να σου πω ότι η ιστορία της ελληνικής ναυτιλίας έχει ένα κορυφαίο γεγονός για μένα. Είναι η μετάβαση από τα ιστιοφόρα στα ατμόπλια, μια μετάβαση η οποία έγινε εμφανής από το 1870 περίπου και μετά. Από αυτή την εποχή ξεκινάει η προσωπική μου μελέτη. Αν με ρωτήσει κάτι για την προ του 1860-70 εποχή, δηλώνω αναρμόδιος και δεν γνωρίζω να σου απαντήσω. Από εκείνη την εποχή όμως μετά ασχολούμαι συστηματικά εδώ και 30 χρόνια. Το 1870 η ελληνική ναυτιλία διέθετε περίπου 5.000 ιστιοφόρα διαφόρων μεγεθών και τύπων. Κυριαρχούσε δε στη Μεσόγειο και στη Μαύρη Θάλασσα. Σήμερα, μετά από παρέλευση 150 ετών, οι Έλληνες εξυπηρετούν υποδειγματικά, θα έλεγα, σε απόλυτα ανταγωνιστικό επίπεδο τις παγκόσμιες θαλάσσιες μεταφορές με 5.000 περίπου πλοία υψηλών προδιαγραφών όλων των τύπων και μεγεθών. Το επίτευγμα αυτό, το οποίο χαρακτηρίζω μακράν ως το σπουδαιότερο του ελληνισμού στη σύγχρονη ιστορία του, προσλαμβάνει επιπρόσθετη αξία από το γεγονός ότι συντελέστηκε χωρίς καμία οικονομική στήριξη από πλευράς ελληνικού κράτους. Όλη αυτή η διαδρομή καταγράφεται συνοπτικά μέσα από τα κεφάλαια του Greek Shipping Miracle. Τα σημαντικότερα δε ορόσημά της που ζήτησες είναι, κατά την άποψή μου, οι εποχές που ακολούθησαν την καταστροφή του στόλου μας, είτε εξαιτίας πολέμων, είτε μετά από σοβαρές κρίσεις. Χαρακτηριστικό δε όλων αυτών των περιπτώσεων είναι ότι οδήγησαν όχι μόνο στην πλήρη ανασυγκρότηση, αλλά και στη ριζική αναβάθμιση του στόλου των Ελλήνων. Ο τρόπος που αυτό επιτεύχθηκε αποτελεί ένα από τα πλέον χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα θέλησης, τόλμης και αποφασιστικότητας. Πιστεύω ότι το Greek Shipping Miracle ενδιαφέρει κυρίως τους νέους. Για αυτούς άλλωστε το δημιούργησα. Μέσω των πληροφοριών που προσφέρει, φιλοδοξούμε μαζί με τους συνεργάτες μου να τους δώσουμε μεταξύ άλλων και απτά παραδείγματα του τι σημαίνει να μην σκύβει κανείς στο κεφάλι μυρολατρικά μετά την όποια κακοτυχία ή ακόμα και καταστροφή. Και κυρίως να τα βγάζει πέρα μόνος του, χωρίς να περιμένει από το κράτος, γιατί η ναυτιλία όποτε χρειάστηκε αγωνίστηκε μόνη της για να βρει τις λύσεις. Στην περίπτωση δε της ναυτιλίας εφαρμόζεται απόλυτα η ρίση του Τζον Κέννεντι. Μη ρωτάς τι μπορεί να κάνει η χώρα σου για σένα, δες τι μπορεί να κάνεις εσύ για τη χώρα σου. Δεν ξέρω αν σου απάντησα, αλλά αυτό πιστεύω.
Συνεχίσει ο Ιάσονας με άλλη μια ερώτηση που έχει.
Ναι, κάτι διαφορετικό. Ποιες είναι οι βασικές προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει και προβλέπεται να αντιμετωπίζει ο κλάδος της ναυτιλίας? Μελετώντας την ιστορία, θεωρείτε πως υπάρχει κάποια μελλοντική κρίση που μπορεί να αποφευχθεί?
Ναι. Κοίταξε, θα ξεκινήσω από την πρόβλεψη που λες. Προκλήσεις στον ναυτιλιακό χώρο υπήρχαν, υπάρχουν και θα υπάρχουν. Και πώς μπορεί να γίνει άλλωστε διαφορετικά όταν η ναυτιλία δραστηριοποιείται στο 70% περίπου της επιφάνειας του πλανήτη και αφορά σχεδόν το σύνολο των κρατών της Γης. Οτιδήποτε μεταβάλλει τη ζωή στον κόσμο που ζούμε, ακόμα και στο πιο απόμακρο σημείο του, μπορεί να επηρεάσει την πορεία του κλάδου πολύ λίγο. Όμως όσο είναι αδύνατο να προσβλέψει κανείς τα μελούμενα στον κόσμο, έτσι είναι αδύνατο να προβλέψεις και τις εξελίξεις στην ναυτιλία. Άλλωστε, θα σας πω, η γοητεία του ναυτιλιακού επαγγέλματος είναι το απρόβλεπτο. Εάν γνωρίζαμε τι θα συμβεί, το παιχνίδι θα ήταν στημένο. Δεν θα υπήρχε υγιής ανταγωνισμός, δεν θα υπήρχαν ευκαιρίες. Σημασία έχει να είσαι πάντα έτοιμος να αντιμετωπίσεις την όποια πρόκληση, να σταθείς στο ύψος των περιστάσεων και νομίζω ότι το βασικότερο στην περίπτωση αυτή, για την επίκταση του στόχου αυτού του μεγάλου στόχου, είναι να μην υπερβαίνεις τις πραγματικές σου δυνατότητες όταν επιχειρείς. Για να διακριθείς ωστόσο στην ναυτιλία, πρέπει να το λέει και η καρδιά σου. Δεν πιστεύω στον απόλυτο συντηρητισμό. Για να πετύχεις τον κλάδο αυτό πρέπει να έχεις αντοχές, γερό στο μάχη όπως λέμε, και να είσαι προετοιμασμένος να ρισκάρεις. Με μέτρο όμως. Ίσως λίγο περισσότερο από όσο πιστεύεις ότι μπορείς να αντέξεις, αλλά μέχρι εκεί, όχι παραπάνω. Όσον αφορά τις σημερινές προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει ο κλάδος, πιστεύω ότι τεράστιο είναι το θέμα των απαιτήσεων που αντιμετωπίζει το πλοίο όσο αφορά την προσαρμογή του σε νομοθεσίες, που αλλάζουν με ασυνήθιστα ταχύς ρυθμούς, προκαλώντας περιττά κόστη, τα οποία σε τελευταία ανάλυση θα πληρώσει ο καταναλωτής. Αυτό ενισχύει την ανάγκη ναυπήγησης πολλών νέων πλοίων, τα οποία με τη σειρά τους προκαλούν φαινόμενα υπερπροσφοράς με αποτέλεσμα την καθήλωση της ναυλαγοράς. Το σημαντικότερο όμως πρόβλημα κατά την εκτίμησή μου σήμερα είναι οι δυσκολίες που αντιμετώπισαν και αντιμετωπίζουν οι ναυτικοί εν μέσω αυτής της πρωτόγνωρης πανδημίας που μαστίζει όλο τον πλανήτη. Ελήφθησαν μέτρα για τους περισσότερους, για όλους στον κόσμο, εκτός από τους ναυτικούς. Τουλάχιστον τα ενδεδειγμένα μέτρα που θα έπρεπε. Και οι οποίοι ναυτικοί συμβάλλουν καθοριστικά στην εύρυθμη λειτουργία ενός κλάδου της παγκόσμιας οικονομίας, και λυπάμαι που τους έχουμε αφήσει να αισθάνονται σήμερα εγκαταλελειμμένοι στη μοίρα τους. Αυτό φοβάμαι θα έχει δυσμενή εξέλιξη και επίδραση και θα οξύνει ακόμα περισσότερο το φαινόμενο της λειψανδρίας. Χωρίς δε πολλούς και καλά εκπαιδευμένους ναυτικούς, η ναυτιλία δεν θα έχει μακροπρόθεσμα καλές μέρες, όσο και αν βελτιωθούν τεχνολογικά τα πλοία.
Γι' αυτό είμαστε σήμερα εδώ όλοι μαζί βέβαια, για να μπαίνω και εγώ λίγο, γιατί είναι πολύ σημαντικό να τονίσουμε όλα αυτά τα πράγματα και όχι μόνο στους νέους ανθρώπους, έτσι, να τα ακούμε όλοι.
Ναι, κοίταξε, δεν πρέπει να λέμε για τους ναυτικούς μόνο, οι καλοί μας ναυτικοί ή το ένα ή κάνουν θυσίες. Πρέπει να δείχνουμε και τη συμπαράστασή μας και να προσπαθούμε να δώσουμε αξία στη δουλειά τους. Δηλαδή, όταν βλέπεις τον ναυτικό να σου λέει ότι είμαι τόσους μήνες απομονωμένος και δεν μπορώ να γυρίσω να δω την οικογένειά μου, δεν μπορεί ο άλλος να πάει να πιάσει δουλειά και κάθεται άναργος και περιμένει εδώ πέρα. Αυτά τα πράγματα δεν συνάδουν με τον 21ο αιώνα. Αυτά είναι λίγο περίεργα και για μένα υπάρχει ευθύνη συλλογική σε όλους τους ηγέτες του πλανήτη, οι οποίοι, ξέρεις, την ναυτιλία τη θεωρούν οι περισσότεροι δεδομένη. Αυτό είναι το μεγάλο πρόβλημα της ναυτιλίας. Και αυτό κάποια στιγμή το πληρώνουμε ή θα το πληρώσουμε ή οτιδήποτε. Τώρα,
Ναι, συνεχίστε.
Τώρα, για να έρθει και στο τελευταίο σκέλος, αν μπορεί να κάνει ναυτιλία πράγματα για να αποφύγει μια κρίση. Εντάξει, ακόμα και στην υπόθεση της υπερπροσφοράς του τονάζ, η οποία μαθηματικά γνωρίζουμε ότι οδηγεί σε κρίσεις, αυτή δεν νομίζω να μπορεί να αντιμετωπιστεί με πρωτοβουλία του εφοπλισμού. Θεωρητικά, ναι, θα ήταν εφικτό να γίνει κάτι, εφόσον ο εφοπλισμός παγκοσμίως θα είχε τη δυνατότητα να λειτουργήσει σαν μια γροθιά. Αλλά αυτό, κακά τα ψέματα, γνωρίζουμε δεν θα συμβεί ποτέ στην πράξη.
Να προχωρήσουμε με μια ερώτηση που θέλει να θέσει και πάλι ο Κίμωνας πριν να πάμε στον Γιάννη και στην Πέρσα.
Βεβαίως.
Γεγονός που έχει καθορίσει την ιστορία και την πορεία μας στον κλάδο αυτό και στην οποία ιστορία ο κόσμος δεν γνωρίζει.
Βέβαια. Το γεγονός ότι η ανάπτυξη της ατμήρους ναυτιλίας στη χώρα μας, αλλά και η εξέλιξή της μέχρι το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο, έγινε ερήμην της πολιτείας. Αναφέρομαι στην ποντοπόρο ναυτιλία. Ακόμα και η μεταπολεμική της ανασυγκρότηση έγινε σχεδόν στο σύνολό της, στο εξωτερικό, υπό ξένες σημαίες, με εξαίρεση τα 100, για την ακρίβεια 98, Liberty. Τα οποία όμως, ξέρετε, στην πραγματικότητα συνέβαλαν θετικά στην εξέλιξη της ναυτιλίας μόνο επειδή προσέφεραν μαζική εργασία σε 5.000 Έλληνες ναυτικούς που σε διαφορετική περίπτωση θα είχαν οδηγηθεί, όπως και πολλοί άλλοι συμπατριώτες μας στην εποχή εκείνη, στη μετανάστευση. Και έχει αξία αυτό το πράγμα, γιατί πάρα πολλοί γνωστοί εφοπλιστές από τους πρωτοκλασσάτους εφοπλιστές που συναντάμε σήμερα ξεκίνησαν από ναυτική και πολλοί από αυτούς έχουν και θητεία ενεργή στα 100 αυτά τα 98 Liberty. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι υπήρξαν ακολούθως στην πορεία κάποια διαστήματα που η πολιτεία έδειξε καλή διάθεση για να στηρίξει το έργο της ναυτιλίας. Ωστόσο, ποτέ δεν κατόρθωσε να αντιληφθεί τις πραγματικές της ανάγκες και κυρίως να παρακολουθήσει τους ρυθμούς ανάπτυξής της. Από τη δεκαετία του 80 δε και μετά, βοηθούσης τότε και τις μεγάλες κρίσεις, χάθηκε εντελώς η επαφή με τις ραγδαίες εξελίξεις στον κλάδο, με αποτέλεσμα να υποστεί το ελληνικό νεολόγιο δραματική συρρίκνωση, η οποία φοβάμαι είναι και μία αναστρέψιμη. Ευτυχώς, παρά τη δυσμενή αυτή εξέλιξη, η εικόνα της ελληνόκτης ναυτιλίας εντυπωσιάζει όλο και περισσότερο και αυτό βέβαια έχει ουσιαστική σημασία, μιας και ανεξάρτητα σημαίας τα πλοία των Ελλήνων θεωρούνται σε όλο τον κόσμο ελληνικά. Συμπερασματικά, αυτό λοιπόν που καθόρισε την επιτυχή πορεία της ποντοπόρου ναυτιλίας και ο κόσμος δεν το γνωρίζει, όσο και αν ακούγεται περίεργο, είναι η απουσία της πολιτείας στην εξελικτική της πορεία. Εάν αμφιβάλλετε, αναλογιστείτε την ατυχή πορεία και εξέλιξη της επιβατηγού ναυτιλίας, που σε αντίθεση με την ποντοπόρο αναπτύχθηκε και λειτουργήσε υπό τον ασφικτικό εναγκαλισμό του κράτους.
Να προχωρήσουμε με την Πέρσα που θέλει και αυτή να θέσει την ερώτησή της.
Βεβαίως.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Εγώ ονομάζομαι Πανταζίδη Περσεφώνη και είμαι στο 4ο έτος της Σχολής Ναυπηγών Μηχανολόγων Μηχανικών στο Εθνικό Μετσόβιο Πολυτεχνείο. Η ερώτηση που θα ήθελα να σας κάνω είναι, γνωρίζουμε δεδομένου ότι η ελληνική ναυτιλία συμβάλλει καθοριστικά στην οικονομία και το ΑΕΠ της χώρας μας. Ποια είναι η γνώμη σας για την υποστήριξη των ευάλωτων κοινωνικών ομάδων, οι οποίες έχουν επηρεαστεί βαθιά από την οικονομική χρήση της χώρας μας τα τελευταία χρόνια, μέσω της ναυτιλίας?
Ναι, Πέρσα, καταρχάς να σου πω ότι είμαστε συνάδελφοι και εγώ έχω ναυπηγό σπουδάσει, πριν από πολλά χρόνια βέβαια, αλλά με έχει βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ ναυπηγική, τουλάχιστον στο έργο που κάνω, διότι αναγνωρίζω με μεγάλη ευκολία τα πλοία φωτογραφικά. Τώρα για να έρθω στην ερώτησή σου, είναι βέβαιο ότι η συνεισφορά των Ελλήνων της θάλασσας προς το κοινωνικό σύνολο της πατρίδας μας αποτελεί διαχρονική υπόθεση και ακολουθεί όλη την εξέλιξη της ναυτιλίας, όχι μόνο από την εποχή του ατμού, αλλά από το 21. Το κεφάλαιο αυτό, που είναι από τα κορυφαία στη ζωή των περισσότερων Ελλήνων ναυτιλόμενων, έχει αντιμετωπιστεί, φοβάμαι, επιδερμικά από τον Έλληνα ιστορικό. Πέρσι περπατούσα στη χώρα της Άνδρου και σταμάτησα σε μια μαρμάρινη στήλη, στην οποία υπήρχε μια μπρούτζινη βρύση. Στη στήλη ήταν χαραγμένη μια επιγραφή που έλεγε «Δωρεά κάποιου εμπειρίκου», δεν θυμάμαι ποιανού ακριβώς, το 1903. Ήταν μια απλή βρύση που σήμερα δεν την υπολογίζει κανείς. Όμως την εποχή του 1903 που εγκαταστάθηκε εκεί, ήταν σχεδόν ισοδύναμη με υδραγωγείο. Αυτοί είχαν ακριβώς τότε ανάγκη οι συμπατριώτες του εμπειρίκου και αυτό προσέφερε αυτός ο άνθρωπος στην ιδιαίτερη πατρίδα του. Ένας άνθρωπος ο οποίος είτε είχε ένα πλοίο, είτε ταξίδευε και κέρδιζε χρήματα από αυτή τη δραστηριότητα. Τι δείχνει αυτό? Ότι οι άνθρωποι της ναυτιλίας νοιάζονται, πάντοτε νοιαζόντουσαν για τον τόπο τους, αντιμετώπιζαν τις ανάγκες του και οι ίδιοι φρόντιζαν να τις γνωρίζουν και να τις αποκαθιστούν. Δεν έστελναν απλώς χρήματα, φρόντιζαν να γίνει ένα έργο. Την ίδια στιγμή, τι έκανε το κράτος για την ναυτιλία? Τίποτα. Και για τα νησιά. Διερωτώ με τι θα υπήρχε αποκτήσμα τουλάχιστον στην Άνδρο, χωρίς τους πόρους από την ναυτιλιακή δραστηριότητα. Από την άλλη πλευρά, βλέπουμε σήμερα την τεράστια προσφορά στην κοινωνία μεγάλων ιδρυμάτων που συνέστησαν κορυφαίοι εφοπλιστές όπως ο Νιάρχος, ο Νάσης, ο Λάκης και άλλοι. Αλλά θα σας πω, μια και είστε πολύ νέοι και είσαστε αγέννητοι όταν απεβίωσαν οι προαναφερθέντες, μεγάλοι εφοπλιστές, πόσα αρνητικά είχαν τότε γραφτεί για αυτούς στον τύπο. Πόση χολή και πόσος φθόνος. Όλα αυτά, ξέρετε, επηρεάζουν πολύ βαθιά όποιον θέλει και αισθάνεται να προσφέρει. Παρ' όλα αυτά, παρατηρούμε όντως τα τελευταία χρόνια ότι υπάρχει σαφές ενδιαφέρον από πλευράς εφοπλισμού να στηρίξει το κοινωνικό σύνολο. Υπάρχουν πολλές και σημαντικές δωρεές τις οποίες μαθαίνουμε και ακόμα περισσότερες θα έλεγα που δεν τις γνωρίζουμε και δεν θα τις μάθουμε ποτέ, γιατί οι δωρητές επιθυμούν την ανωνυμία. Θα σας πω όμως ευθέως, προσωπικά περιμένω να δω μεγαλύτερη γενοδωρία. Μπορεί, πιστεύω, ο εφοπλισμός να δώσει περισσότερα και είμαι βέβαιος ότι την κρίσιμη στιγμή θα το κάνει. Κυρίως για να καλύψει ευρύτερες ανάγκες της χώρας μας. Και αυτό θα ήταν καταλυτικό για την πατρίδα μας. Όμως, την ίδια στιγμή θέλω να εκφράσω, για να μην εστιάζουμε μόνο στην ναυτιλία, είμαστε κι εμείς μέρος αυτού του τόπου, αλλά θέλω να εκφράσω ξεκάθαρα την απογοήτευσή μου για τη συμπεριφορά πολλών από τους στεριανούς συμπατριώτες μας. Πλούσιοι δεν είναι μόνο εφοπλιστές, υπάρχουν και άλλοι πολλοί, που δεν βάζουν όμως το χέρι βαθιά στην τσέπη. Υπάρχουν και άλλοι που ενώ οφείλουν να είναι δημιουργικοί, όλοι μας έχουμε αυτή την υποχρέωση απέναντι στη χώρα μας. Να είμαστε δημιουργικοί, να φτιάχνουμε πράγματα. εγκαταλείπουν τις ιδιαίτερες πατρίδες τους και αφήνουν τον πλούτο της Ελλάδας ανεκμετάλλευτο. Υπάρχει ανέχεια μεγάλη, επειδή ενώ μπορούμε, δεν έχουμε ούτε δικά μας τρόφιμα για να σιτιστεί ο λαός μας και οι χιλιάδες επισκέπτες της χώρας μας. Σπαταλάμε εθνικούς πόρους για να εισάγουμε τρόφιμα από το εξωτερικό, αντί να παράγουμε, ακόμα και να εξάγουμε. Η λύση δεν είναι να βάζει πάντα πλάτη ο εφοπλισμός για να επιβιώσουν οι αδύναμοι. Η λύση είναι να μειώσουμε τον αριθμό των αδυνάμων μέσω της δημιουργίας θέσεων εργασίας. Και γι' αυτό δεν χρειάζεται τίποτα περισσότερο, αλλά και τίποτα λιγότερο, παρά η επιστροφή πολλών στις ρίζες τους.
Και για να πάμε τώρα και στην ερώτηση από το Γιάννη. Γιάννη, μας ακούς? Δεν μας ακούει.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ονομάζομαι Δελώτης Γιάννης. Είμαι απόφοιτος του Τμήματος Ναυτιλίας και Επιχειρηματικών Υπηρεσιών.
Συγγνώμη. Ναι, Γιάννη, επειδή η σύνδεση δεν ήταν καλή, ξεκινάς από
Βεβαίως.
Τέλεια. Ξεκινάμε.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ονομάζομαι Δελώτης Γιάννης. Είμαι απόφοιτος του Τμήματος Ναυτιλίας και Επιχειρηματικών Υπηρεσιών του Πανεπιστημίου Αιγαίου και τελειόφοιτος της Ακαδημίας Εμπορικού Ναυτικού Πλοιάρχων Ινουσών. Η πρώτη μου ερώτηση είναι η εξής. Παρατηρείται ιστορικό χαμηλό στην επιλογή του ναυτικού επαγγέλματος από τη νέα γενιά, παρά την οικονομική κρίση και τις συγκριτικά με τη στεριά υψηλότερες απολαβές. Τι πιστεύετε ότι είναι οι λόγοι και πώς κατά τη γνώμη σας μπορεί να ανατραπεί αυτό το σκηνικό?
Καταρχάς θέλω να σε συγχαρώ που συνεδρίασες και τις πανεπιστημιακές γνώσεις μαζί με την εμπειρία της φοιτησης στη Σχολή των Ινουσών, που τη γνωρίζω και πάρα πολύ καλά. Έχω μεγάλους δεσμούς με τις Ινούσες και νομίζω ότι έχεις κάνει μια άριστη επιλογή. Εύχομαι να συνεχίσεις με τον ίδιο δυναμισμό και να σε δούμε να διακρίνεσαι στην ναυτιλία. Θέλω να σου πω ότι και με λυπεί αυτό, η νέα γενιά δεν γνωρίζει την ναυτιλία. Η νέα γενιά δεν είναι υπερήφανη για την ναυτιλία. Δεν φταίει βέβαια η νέα γενιά, έτσι. Εμείς φταίμε. Οι ναυτικές ακαδημίες δεν είναι κατά την άποψή μου σωστά οργανωμένες και δομημένες για να αντιμετωπίσουν τις προκλήσεις των καιρών μας. Δεν έχουμε στην Ελλάδα μια ναυτική ακαδημία τύπου King's Point στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, ενώ θα έπρεπε να έχουμε. Έπειτα, το επάγγελμα του ναυτικού στην Ελλάδα, εμείς οι παλαιότεροι θυμόμαστε ότι απαξιώθηκε ηθικά μετά τον πόλεμο. Τη δεκαετία του 70 και του 80, που ήμουν ενεργός στο ναυτιλιακό χώρο, θεωρείται κοινωνικά υποβαθμισμένο. «Θα παντρευτείς ναυτικό?» ρωτούσαν με απορία κάποια κοπέλα που αραβωνιαζόταν ακόμα και καπετάνιο. Βέβαια σήμερα ο ναυτικός κερδίζει πολύ περισσότερα από σχεδόν όλους τους στεριανούς, αλλά και πάλι η θάλασσα δεν προσελκύει στο βαθμό που θα έπρεπε. Παρά το γεγονός ότι οι συνθήκες στα πλοία είναι ριζικά αναβαθμισμένες, παρά το γεγονός ότι σήμερα, αντί να περιμένεις το γράμμα από την οικογένειά σου, παίρνεις ό,τι ώρα θες στο σπίτι με το κινητό ή επικοινωνείς μέσω Skype. Δεν είμαι ίσως ο ειδικός να προτείνω λύσεις, ωστόσο πιστεύω ότι ένα μικρό λιθαράκι στην προσπάθεια να φέρουμε περισσότερους Έλληνες στη θάλασσα, είτε στα πλοία, είτε και στην ίδια την ναυτιλιακή δραστηριότητα ή την παραναυτιλιακή δραστηριότητα, και αυτό έχει εξίσου σημασία. Είναι πρωτοβουλίες όπως το Greek Shipping Miracle, δεν θέλω να ευλογώ τα γένια μας, αλλά νομίζω ότι βάζουμε ένα λιθαράκι, γιατί φιλοδοξούμε μεταξύ άλλων να κάνουμε τους νέους της χώρας μας περήφανους για την ναυτιλία που έχουμε. Όταν αγαπήσεις μια δραστηριότητα και κυρίως όταν αισθανθείς ότι εργαζόμενος σε αυτήν έχεις μέλλον, επειδή ο επαγγελματίας ναυτικός, ξέρετε, είναι περιζήτητος παγκοσμίως. τότε όλο και μπορείς να ελπίζεις ότι κάποιοι θα συγκινηθούν. Προς το παρόν, οι προσπάθειες που γίνονται, τουλάχιστον αυτές που είμαι σε θέση να γνωρίζω, πιστεύω ότι δεν έχουν την δυναμική να τελεσφορήσουν. Εύχομαι να πέφτω έξω πάντως αυτό. Επίσης αυτό που αναφέραμε προηγουμένως με την εγκατάλειψη των ναυτικών, με την πανδημία τώρα, και αυτά είναι φαινόμενα τα οποία δεν ενισχύουν την προσπάθεια. Γι' αυτό έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη σημασία να τα κοιτάξουμε με αποφασιστικότητα και σαν πραγματικά, μιλάω για την πολιτεία, σαν μια πολιτεία ναυτικού κράτους. Πρέπει αυτό που λέμε είμαστε ναυτικό κράτος να το δείχνουμε και στην πράξη. Και αυτό το πράγμα θα το δουν οι νέοι και θα αγαπήσουν την ναυτιλία και θα έρθουν κοντά της. Και αυτό θα είναι κέρδος και για τους νέους και για τον τόπο.
Να κλείσουμε αυτή την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συνέντευξη έτσι, από τους νέους, με ερωτήσεις των νέων προς τον Γιώργο Φουστάνο, με την τελευταία ερώτηση από τον Γιάννη.
Seaborne Trade Leaders, The Making of the Greek Shipping Miracle. Είναι ο τίτλος του τελευταίου σας βιβλίου, στο οποίο καταγράφεται η πορεία της ναυτιλίας των Ελλήνων τα τελευταία 150 χρόνια. Ποια θα είναι τα χαρακτηριστικά εκείνα που θα διαμορφώσουν τους Seaborne Trade Leaders των επόμενων 150 ετών?
Εδώ φοβάμαι ζητάτε προφήτη και όχι ιστορικό. Θα προσπαθήσω ωστόσο να απαντήσω στο ερώτημά σας. Κοιτάξτε, όλες οι ναυτιλίες διαχρονικά έχουν σχεδιαστεί να αναπτύσσονται και να λειτουργούν για να εξυπηρετούν πρωτίστως εθνικές ανάγκες. Για το λόγο αυτό όλες έχουν λάβει κατά καιρούς προστατευτικά μέτρα αλλά και επιδοτήσεις, μεγάλες ή μικρές. Η μοναδική, κυριολεκτικά, ναυτιλία στον κόσμο που εξ αρχής δημιουργήθηκε από ανθρώπους που αναζητούσαν ένα καλύτερο αύριο, χωρίς η πολιτεία να ασχοληθεί στο ελάχιστο, αυτό είναι η δική μας. Λειτουργεί στο σύνολό της για να προσφέρει αποκλειστικά υπηρεσίες στη διεθνή οικονομία, ενώ έχει επιδείξει διαχρονικά εξαιρετική προσαρμοστικότητα απέναντι στις όποιες προκλήσεις. Εάν αύριο υπάρξει κάποιος άλλος λαός που θα στραφεί μαζικά στον εφοπλισμό, αποσκοπώντας αποκλειστικά στην εξυπηρέτηση των παγκόσμιων θαλάσσιων μεταφορών, χωρίς διακρίσεις και χωρίς τα δεκανίκια του κράτους τους, τότε ίσως να κινδυνεύσουμε να χάσουμε τα πρωτεία. Μέχρι τότε πιστεύω ότι έστω και δύσκολα θα παραμένουμε επικεφαλής. Αυτό μπορώ να σας απαντήσω.
Εγώ θα ήθελα σε αυτό το σημείο να ευχαριστήσω από καρδιάς τους νέους μας, τους νέους εκπροσώπους του Yes Forum, τον Κίμωνα, τον Ιάσονα, τον Γιάννη, την Πέρσα και βέβαια τον Γιώργο το Φουστάνο και εκ μέρους του Slide to Open. Ήταν μια πολύ όμορφη αναδρομή στην ιστορία. Γιορτάζει η χώρα μας φέτος τα 200 χρόνια από την Ελληνική Επανάσταση. Ήταν πολύ σημαντικό να δούμε και η ναυτιλία μας τι έκανε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, αν και μετράει πολλές εκατοντάδες χρόνια πριν από αυτό. Γιώργο Φουστάνο, Greek Shipping Miracle και όλα αυτά τα υπέροχα που κάνετε, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Και εγώ ευχαριστώ ιδιαίτερα πέρα από σένα τα παιδιά και τους ευχαριστώ για την ωραία συζήτηση και τις ενδιαφέρουσες ερωτήσεις που μου θέσαν, αλλά τους ευχαριστώ γιατί είναι στην ναυτιλία. Έχουν επιλέξει την ναυτιλία και θέλω να τους προτρέψω να περάσουν αυτό το message, το μήνυμα δηλαδή, σε όσο το δυνατόν περισσότερο παιδιά, φίλους τους, φίλες, γιατί μόνο καλό μπορεί να προκύψει από αυτή την υπόθεση. Και να ζητάνε πάντα το καλύτερο. Να μην αρκούνται σε αυτά τα οποία υπάρχουν. Πάντοτε να αναζητούν, όπως αναζητεί η ναυτιλία μας, βγαίνει στο εξωτερικό και αναζητά, χωρίς να περιμένει από κανένα, να ψάχνουν, να ψάχνονται, να κάνουν ό,τι το καλύτερο. Θα προσφέρουν πολλές υπηρεσίες και στους εαυτούς τους και στις οικογένειάς τους, αλλά και στη χώρα μας. Λοιπόν, παιδιά, να είστε καλά και πάντα να έχετε την προστασία του Άι Νικόλα μας.
Να είμαστε καλά όλοι. Καλή συνέχεια σε όλους.
Slide to open, Shipping Finance 2021. I'm Eugenia Arsenis, and I welcome you on the third day of a very exciting and engaging conference. Thank you so much for your warm attendance. Here we are with Mrs. Despina Travlou, the organizer of this digital inspiring conference. Hello, Despina.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being with us during this third and final day of our conference. We are most honored by the amazing support we have received and positive feedback and attendance. We were hopeful that to begin with, but are now more than positively energized by the result. And best of all, there has been a very positive spirit prevailing and some fresh ideas coming out of the speeches, interviews, and panel discussions. Let us then see what can come out of today.
And before we move into what's in store for today, a big thanks to our panelists on the history of shipping, and George Foustanos in particular, who is a miracle himself. His vast knowledge and endless enthusiasm in all matters shipping related is really very inspiring. Moving on to today, ESG will feature high on our agenda, and we will hear it discussed from the perspective of a variety of professionals. It is an evolving subject matter, so this exchange of ideas remains critical more than ever. Alternative ship financing solutions will then also be discussed, as it appears increasingly so that ship owners have a variety of financing options available to them. Not to mention, of course, in another panel today, the need for efficient bunker financing solutions. The human element then, such a vital component of shipping to begin with, but this past year in particular is indispensable and has been so much at the fore. And this today will also be featured. Is it maybe time to start promoting a different culture in shipping companies? For these reasons, and not to mention, of course, Petros Papas's insightful interview and George Savliris' traditional by now key remarks in our conferences, we hope you will stay tuned and follow the developments of today. So, please enjoy.
Enjoy.
And thank you for being with us.
Hi, everybody. On this panel today, I'm joined by Esben, who is the chairman of the International Chamber of Shipping, and of course, the executive chairman of NSL PT Singapore. Welcome, Esben, to this panel.
Thank you very much, Gina.
It's a pleasure to be hosting you on this keynote spotlight interview today. And we would like your input on a rather interesting perspective, shipping a key industry and why. This is kind of like a sell pitch for the industry, but let's go ahead. So,
Shipping is a key industry and why? Well, I think if ever there was a time that we have proved to be so, has been during this pandemic, because the worldwide distribution of PPE and so forth, as you know, shipping has played a very major role, obviously, as has air. But shipping is or has been an out of sight, out of mind industry, and I think you could honestly say that this pandemic has brought into light how important actually it is in so many ways in distributing the world's goods. As you know, more than 90% of goods are carried by sea. And the value of goods carried by sea in 2019 was $14 trillion. So it is a very, very major industry. But as I say, until perhaps this past year, rather out of sight, out of mind.
And definitely, I believe during this crew change crisis, we have seen how crucial it is. And maybe it was one of the very few positives of this crisis in noting the importance of the industry.
Yes, I think the crew change crisis has been industry's #1 challenge, problem over this past year. I'm happy to say that in ICS, and I checked my notes actually, in our meeting in early February of 2020, we foresaw that this was becoming a problem. So we issued an advisory very early on, in fact, within a week of our meeting then. And then subsequently, we formed a task force, which was then joined by many other associations. We would have up to 80 people on the call, sometimes twice a week, comparing notes and best practices and so forth. And we then developed a set of 12 protocols in cooperation with 15 other associations, including the ITF. And these protocols were ready by, I think, end of April, early May. We passed them to the IMO, who accepted them in full and circulated them in its 165, some 70 country membership. And it became the, if you like, standard. We've since revised them any number of times, but they have been the basis of how to do it. Of course, local jurisdictions have made amendments, but overall, the principles of those protocols, we then instigated, pushed very hard for a ministerial summit that took place in London in July with, I think, about 14 countries got involved. We eventually got the issue to the G7, to the G20, and ultimately to the United Nations, where we were very proud and happy that at last the UN formally declared that seafarers are key workers. And this is a status that under the International Labour Convention, International Labour Organization in Geneva, the Maritime Labour Convention was formed there, or created there, which is a Bill of Rights for seafarers. And in fact, it's all in there. The problem is that in this pandemic, many countries have simply failed to abide by undertakings that they're signed up to. Seafarers are workers and should, without any question, be treated as such. At the moment, I think it's only something like 45 countries that have accepted this fact. So it has been a very long road, and not to go on too much about this, but I would say that we made eventually quite a lot of progress into the third quarter of, even in the fourth quarter of 2020, until this new strain, or these new strains emanating from Brazil, South Africa, and the UK further complicated the pictures and set us back somewhat. But the success we had was mainly the ability to reduce the percentage of time in excess of which a seafarer had gone past his normal contract date. And that percentage dropped quite significantly. So that was you could say, our main achievement, if that's the right word. But certainly the problem is still very much with us, and in some jurisdictions are being extremely difficult. What we're now doing is pressing for the vaccine for seafarers to be given every priority at every opportunity to have the vaccine.
Exactly. And while unfortunately there's still a long way to go with the nations, we need to congratulate the ICS for the work that it's been doing. I mean, it's led so many initiatives and so many collaborations within stakeholders towards this mission, which is truly incredible. I mean, we've even seen the key shipping industry being featured in the Financial Times and BBC, so that's great.
It's interesting, just interrupt you quickly there, the article that we got in the Financial Times, which I might say was not without a fair push, but our communications team, we have a new two-person team, and we have an external agency that now work for us almost exclusively. And the combination of these things has, of course, managed or enabled us to highlight these issues much more in the beyond the normal shipping press, in the global press. And I know our previous transport minister here in Singapore, Mr. Coburn Wan, who's now retired, but he told me at the time that when he saw that article in the FT, that was when he started giving instructions to his ministry that we need to do something here. So it just goes to show some of these influential news organs do carry weight.
Exactly. So going on to the next point that I would like your input on, if you had to formulate a sell pitch to, say, an investor or stakeholder in the shipping industry to decide why choose shipping and why now, how would that sell pitch go?
Well, it would go in the sense that that shipping is an essential industry as the world is currently put together, and I think shipping is not a non-risky business. Let's put it that way. I think everybody knows this. But one analyst I spoke to not so long ago, he said shipping probably lends itself to what we call value investors. That is someone who is looking for a stock to rise rather than, let's say, a stock that you buy for income. Let's say in the old days, if you bought a major bank, you could probably rely on fairly regular dividends. That is not really shipping's pitch. It's not really a dividend-led type of investment. But I think for an investor to have bought, if you had bought certainly a container company listed in the first half of last year, you would have done extremely well. If you bought a dry bulk company in again, any time up until fairly recently, you would have done extremely well. But of course, it is not a risk-free business, but I would say that the fundamentals of, let's say, dry bulk at the moment is such that demand is quite healthy, not just in China, which is the big driver for dry bulk, but for some of the smaller size of ships, the handy size, the Supramaxes and so on, are doing very well because there is an expectation of infrastructure being in many countries as we come out of this pandemic invested in, and that in turn is always good for the dry bulk market. But in a way, shipping shares reflect the overall economy. I mean, if you take oil, for example, the tanker business is not doing very well at the moment, but there are many analysts who are predicting a very strong second half for tankers, as we had an amazing first half in 2020. The tankers, the contango opportunity was tremendous. And then in the second half, of course, it fell back through lack of demand for oil in many countries as economies slowed down. So but the supply and demand fundamentals, which is always very key in almost all these segments, looks quite healthy at the moment, I would say. I mean, in dry bulk, the new building order book is at I read the other day, at a 30-year low, as in terms of a percentage of new buildings to existing fleet. And with all the onerous EEXI requirements coming up in 2023, this could cause some owners to decide not to invest further in the ships, and there will be perhaps a higher demolition or recycling of ships.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Esben, for that. And in a concluding remark, if you had to alter that pitch now to address it to the younger and next generation on the future sustainability of this industry, what would that line, that scenario go like?
Well, I think people can see that we not only have made our 2050 commitments to decarbonize shortly beyond 2050, and to decarbonize or improve by 40% by 2040. I think this is all well known, but I think what is happening in the real world, as someone said the other day, private industry in many cases are ahead of the requirements, because there is now a pressure on whether, if you're a shipper, your customers want you to ship with someone who has the smallest CO2 footprint. And so many carriers are simply finding that as part of their ESG, they need to do better. So there's a real momentum building here. You probably saw the other day that Maersk expect to have a carbon-free ship trading by 2023, 2024. I think this caught everybody by a pleasant surprise. The things like the Maersk McKinney Center for Research for Decarbonization in Copenhagen, together with many other owners, huge funding, working with universities and centers of higher learning all over the world. Here in Singapore, I'm part of an international panel on decarbonization, and we will come out with our report in the next few months, which will be very, very ambitious and full of opportunities. So I think for young people, there are two areas that young people may find shipping appealing. One is in technology, where I'm told we have a lot of low-hanging fruit because we are sort of thought of as a bit of a fuddy-duddy industry, although I would say that is changing rapidly. So I've seen a lot of young people coming in, and it's not because they're particularly crazy about shipping, but they just see they see opportunity for technological improvements and innovation within the industry. That's one area. And then the other is on the environmental performance, where again, you know, whether you're researching ammonia, hydrogen, whether you're dual fuel with LNG and so on, there is a lot of spin-off research and opportunity in these areas, let alone good old commercial, operational aspects of shipping, finance, insurance, and so on. You know, shipping has many facets, and well, we're always hoping to get more young people into shipping, and I can't say it's been super successful, but I think I sense there's a bit more interest than there used to be.
I think there definitely is, and it's surely very exciting times for the industry and for young people to be joining it. So hopefully the right messages will be going out there. Thank you very much, Esben, for being with us today. This was the Spotlight interview with Esben Poulsson, ICS Chairman, Shipping a Key Industry and Why. And I'm Gina Panayotou, the founder of Oceans Arena. Thank you, Esben, once again.
Thank you, Gina, very much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
On Industry Makers, we had the opportunity to attend an interview of Mr. Esben Poulsson, ICS Chair, Executive Chairman of NAVIGATOR, conducted by Ms. Gina Panayotou, founder of Oceans Arena, and it's all about shipping. And now I'm the great pleasure to present you our first panel, and Ms. Katerina Stathopoulou, the Executive Director of Investments and Finance, Governor of International Propeller Club, Port of Piraeus, is with us. Again, Katerina, I'm very happy to see you back. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to your panel with your very special guests.
Thank you, Eugenia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure and honor to be moderating a panel of friends and prominent professionals in shipping with immense legal, banking, finance, regulatory, and technology experience. Allow me to introduce them in alphabetical order. Mr. Christopher Conway, Managing Director, Global Head of Shipping and Offshore, Export and Agency Finance, Citibank. Mr. Andreas Chrysostomou, Chief Executive Officer, Marine Fields. Mr. Stavros Giftakis, Chief Financial Officer, Synergy Maritime Holdings. Mr. Mark Harry, Executive Director, Shipping Finance and ECA, Macquarie Bank. Mrs. Alexandra Michalopoulos, Partner of Watson Farley & Williams. Ms. Corina Tapaktoglou, Chief Financial Officer of Pioneer Marine. And Mr. Christos Tsakonas, Global Head of Shipping, DNB Bank. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We were together in last year's Slide to Open conference in January of 2020, discussing the fact that regulation has come into our industry overwhelmingly, and therefore change was here to stay. Today, 14 months later, we are reunited again to discuss and debate. Is the shipping industry being reshaped by new environmental, funding, and governance requirements? I am going to open our discussion with the following question. How have the environmental regulations and sustainable finance regulations now in full force and effect, such as ESG, Poseidon, greenhouse gas reduction measures, and others, made an impact on shipping and on lending strategies over the past 14 months? Have these regulations been streamlined and, if you allow me, digested by our industry? Has COVID played a role? We are now expecting one more regulation, EEXI, Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index, to come into force sometime in 2022. Will this regulation affect even more these strategies or not? Alexandra, I would like to hear your views first as our lawyer on the panel. Alexandra, we can't hear you.
Apologies.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Despina. I would start by saying that your first question was whether these have been entrenched and digested. And I think that's certainly the case. As far as ESG, Poseidon principles, and the others that you listed at the outset, we now have 26 signatory Poseidon principles on the banking side. ESG, we have seen that in other panels as well, and how that is as one of the main drivers for the business. Further to that, I would just add we have also seen a few other regulations come into play. You mentioned the EEXI, and that might come before us. It's considered in July of this year.
We are.
But also, can you hear me?
We are, Alexandra, I'm sorry, I need to cut you off a little bit. We are having a little trouble with hearing you correctly. Can I move on to Andreas, and I will come back to you, Alexandra? Our technical team will try and help the sound issue we have. Andreas, can I have your views on all these issues and topics that we've hopefully digested over the next 14 months, but a storm is still hitting us?
Thank you, Katerina. In these interesting times that we're living at the moment, I don't think that anybody can digest anything, but you know, I'm coming from more a technical background than an economic background. I would say that as far as the environmental issues are concerned, they have been digested quite well, not into the sense that we understand fully where we're going, because don't forget that we started with environmental issues mainly the late 70s, and we continuously going on them on shipping, but we're doing it in a piecemeal. So the major thing that happens at the moment is reducing our carbon footprint, which would be more or less a more holistic approach to the environment. And I think the shipping industry is well adverse on it. And I think and of course, at the end of this decade, we found out that the shipping industry can and is willing to adapt to what is required. The EEXI, the existing index of ships, I'm 100% sure it will provide another tool for streamlining the maritime transport's footprint. As I said before, I'm looking forward in this post-COVID period where we also see that digitalization has been uptaken by the industry quite much faster than we expected before COVID. And that will give us a much better way of having a holistic approach to the environmental issues than dealing, for example, for the sulfur content in one way, dealing with balanced water management in a different way, dealing with carbon footprint in a different way. Now we have the access to all this analysis of all this big data. I'm sure we will be able to provide the industry with better tools to start with, but also the industry to come out and adopting and extending these regulations, as we heard before by the chairman of ICS, beyond what the regulation requires. And I think that's what I can tell you at this moment of time.
Whoa, that was very interesting. Thank you, Andreas. Alexandra, can we hear you again?
Try it again. Is that better?
Yes, that's much better.
Great. I was just speaking about the Poseidon principles, and just to say that we had that first year of reporting ending in 2020. And one of the findings of that was the participation by the ship owners was very high. As I said, we also have more banks that have now joined the Poseidon principles. So, you know, looking back to last year, yes, that has been well ingrained and here to stay. And the market participants are all focused, as Andreas said, on meeting the efficiency targets and the carbon reduction. There are also other regulations coming in, one you've just described. Also, the EU taxonomy, we think on sustainability, that will also play a role in bank decisions in the future. And I was only going to mention as well our sustainability imperative in the report that we, Watson Farley, recently produced, where we called upon the industry leaders to give their opinion, and that decarbonisation is definitely top of the list for everyone, of course, and that's something that we will cover in this panel. And I think you also asked us to look at what we think might be influencing further on the ESG side, and that we would just mention all COVID-related issues, and that would be the crew and the seafarer issues that have come up in the last year. We've seen that as well.
Yes, I think the COVID crisis has turned into a humanitarian crisis more than a pandemic crisis, to be honest. And that was an interesting fact that we just saw. Let me turn...
And on ESG, that ship owners are focused on the social as well, as the well-being of crew has become very important.
Yes, yes, well-being of the crew has become the #1 issue right now, which is nice. We've become extrovert and acknowledging that the human element of shipping is also plays a very big and important role. I would now like to turn to my bankers. I would like to hear your views on the same question, as well as how are you assessing all these new risks in your financing analysis? And most importantly, how are you assessing the residual value risk of the loan under this new brave world that we are living in? Let me start with Christopher.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Katerina. It's great to be around the table virtually this time with all of you. It's a very good question, and it's a very difficult question to answer, because raising capital for the shipping industry has changed dramatically. I mean, we have done a decent job as banks historically, pricing credit risk. But now, whilst credit risk is still relevant, we have to assess a number of different risks, like stranded asset risk, which you mentioned, new technology, the right propulsion system, what's the right fuel for the future. And, this is something that is very, very difficult with our traditional tools and our traditional way of thinking to actually find an answer. And our thinking here is that to find a solution here, you need collaboration across stakeholders. I've said many times that it won't be as simple as going to your bank and asking for 70% financing to fund the next vessel that's running on hydrogen, ammonia, or whatever it is. Stakeholders will need to come together. So you will need support from yards, you will need support from charterers. Senior banks will be there, of course. You will have alternative capital providers. We see a lot of environmental funds or funds with a green mandate being there. And I think you will see the roles of banks changing, and certainly this is what we are focusing on, from being a simple provider of our own capital, which we will still use, to being an arranger of capital, and also being somebody that can structure the risk and distribute this risk intelligently. So I don't have a good answer yet, but what I'm calling for is for collaboration across stakeholders in order for us to be able to distribute that risk in an effective way.
Thank you, Christos. I distinctly remember you saying last year to a question I had that if I comply with all of these new regulations, will that affect my pricing? And I remember you very boldly saying you won't get a loan unless you tick all those boxes. So it was irrelevant to pricing. However, I think this may start playing a role. Let me turn it over to Christopher and hear your views, Christopher, on the discussion of risk assessment and the regulations and your banking point of view.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly different take from Christos in that we are going to be guided as much by the internal ambition of the firm from the standpoint of our mission statement as much as anything else. And as you probably all know, we've had a recent change in our CEO who is fully on board with the ESG principles and making sure that we as a firm do our bit. And we have for a long time had things like the Equator principles that guide our lending policies. We've recently added to that with an entirely new division focused on ESG, and of course, with regard to the specific shipping industry guidance, we have Poseidon principles among other to help us think through what lending decisions we should be making. We, of course, are trying to encourage our clients to acquire ships that are less pollutive, and it's difficult to try and get incentives that will influence those decisions. But we are seeing, and this is from a very narrow perspective, from export credit agency standpoint, we are seeing that there is some movement in those agencies to influence the decision positively. And some are doing it in a negative way. For example, UK EF will not provide financing for anything to do with coal, gas, or oil, for that matter. So that's an extremely blunt instrument that they choose to use. Some other agencies just are neutral on it, and some are very positive in that they will actively provide increased levels of cover where the technological component of the vessel is measurably or demonstrably more green. So, it is, I fear, going to be something that is a slow process to adopt. I mean, if we think back to how we as a society have reacted to trying to develop new forms of energy that are less pollutive. The first wind farm, for example, was created in 1980. That's a very long time to get us to where we are today. Same with solar power. And what we need to do in the shipping industry is move our fuel and propulsion systems to a point where they generate zero pollution. But it's going to be a very long time before that happens. And I think that, we are going to need to work, as Christos said, amongst a variety of different industry proponents to achieve that. It won't just be banks, and it won't just be the yards. It'll be right across the board.
Thank you, Christopher. I'm hearing nice words like collaboration, but I will come back to that among you. Mark, your thoughts?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Katerina, and to Slide to Open for having me again this year. When we were sitting in Athens, little did we know what was lying ahead of us. So I'm pleased to report that we've been, despite all the challenges and the extensive remote working, like everyone, we've been able to grow our shipping finance franchise at Macquarie and expand our footprint, and we continue to have appetite to start new lending relationships. As to your question, the new regulations are going to have a profound impact on the industry. Things like EEXI will become a compliance matter, an onboarding KYC matter for the banks. But more importantly, it's going to become a ticket to good employment, and therefore will become a key differentiator for ships in the S&P markets. And as lenders like Macquarie, we'll have to understand and track the environmental performance of the ships, of the ship owners very, very closely, because it has the potential to impact the marketability and the value of the collateral we're secured by. Things are still in flux, and it's early days, some may say, but certainly we're beginning to assess our portfolio in terms of how it rates, and do that to avoid unpleasant surprises in the years to come. Christos spoke about the mission statement of the firm and how that impacts shipping. I guess for Macquarie, it's exactly the same. Macquarie is highly committed to the energy transition, and to decarbonisation, and be that with all the investment it's doing, development and investment it's doing in renewable energy through its Green Investment Group, or through early stage investment in carbon capture and removal technology. Now, also with respect to shipping, we want to be as proactive as possible in this decarbonisation journey, and that doesn't mean that we will discriminate against financing older ships. In fact, I think our appetite to finance older ships is still there, but we want to find a way to work with ship owners, with our borrowers, to procure and finance new equipment, sometimes cutting-edge equipment or software, to help reduce that carbon footprint. Then the other thing which is a potential development is that shipping would become part of the EU emissions trading scheme. And if that happens, that's a really interesting development. So we're studying how our hedging capabilities and carbon offset programs, and our expertise in those programs, how that can become relevant for our clients. So a lot of interesting years ahead for sure.
Definitely a lot of interesting years, and well, we've all understood that it's a one-way street. We're all going into newer technology for vessels, more environmentally friendly, but it is a rain of sunshine hearing that there's still banks out there to finance still the fleet in the water that is aging, but can also, how shall I say, spruce itself up like a lady and become a little bit more modern until it reaches its overall useful life. Corina and Stavro, how has all of this affected you as a shipping company? I'd like to hear your view from the shipping company point of view, because we heard our bankers, and I know that all of this at the end of the day falls on your shoulders to comply, to finance, to grow your business, and do all of that with a smile on your face, among other things. Stavro, please allow me to begin with our other lady on the panel, Corina.
Of course.
Thank you, Katerina.
It's natural.
Thank you, Stavros. Thank you, Katerina. So yes, I think it will be fair to say that all these recent environmental regulations, along with sustainable finance regulations, have indeed made an impact on our industry and the ship owners, and will for sure continue to be part of our agenda in the next years to follow. From our perspective, an obvious impact of all the above has been the increased need for capital expenditure in order to address all improvements, modifications needed for our vessels, ballast water treatment, green passports, EEXI, etc. In our case, we manage a fleet of handy vessels. It's less capital intensive compared to tankers and larger bulk carriers, but still it has become an important factor to consider throughout the last few years, and has been an integral part of our strategies and business model, especially when you have to do business with first-class charterers and reputable charterers, that they require all these regulations to apply to the vessel that you charter out. Specifically for EEXI, this has been included in our radar as a future regulatory requirement, and we are in the process to determine what it will actually mean for our fleet in terms of potential alterations to our vessels, design of machinery, etc. In any case, to directly answer to that question, EEXI has already been addressed by our company as part of our ongoing commitment and strategy to fully comply with this legislation, and we do not expect to further affect our strategy other than what has ESG and all other regulations have already done. Now, in addition to other impacts of those regulations, I would like to highlight here that those have another key impact is becoming more apparent the transparency that we need to have ship owners in this industry. In a traditionally secretive industry, and it was shipping years ago, where voluntary disclosures are not something we are used to, it seems that ESG considerations combined with sustainable financial initiatives are changing our mindset towards disclosing internal information which previously we wouldn't disclose. Sustainability reports in which ship-owning companies voluntarily disclose all sorts of data are gradually becoming a common practice. And for example, it ranges from environmental indicators that we may require as part of industry regulations, social and governance indicators, like staff turnover, statistics regarding ethics, company culture, statistics regarding port calls, etc. We, as pioneers, we have decided to adopt this transparency approach in ESG matters, and we have already started preparing our ESG report, sustainability report for 2020. As part of our effort, we had the opportunity to re-examine our relationship with our stakeholders, to reconsider our business practices, and to reconsider the way that we collect data, getting more efficient and more effective, and see from fresh perspective and become more efficient, aiming to give all this accurate data promptly to our lenders, to our stakeholders, and to business partners. I would like to emphasize here also that within all that regulations is also the National Declaration of Seafarers' Well-being, that also is something that we should take into consideration. As we outsource our crew manning to V-Ships Group, we think it's one of those companies that have already signed in that regulation, so we are covered, but it's something that we also take into consideration. So other than corporate governance practices that become more and more very important for the companies and the ship owners, I see that in my experience that it's very crucial from the lenders, for all stakeholders, that complying with more recent corporate governance and environmental regulations is something that helps to get finance and to overcome many difficulties out there. Now, regarding your question on how those have been streamlined and digested, Katerina, I think that larger companies have already done that. But don't forget that in the shipping industry that there are quite a lot of small companies, one-man show or smaller and more traditional. I think there's a lot of room there to comply, since most of them have not yet taken into consideration all these regulations, and they have a lot of room to going forward. So it's not fully addressed and digested from all companies yet.
True. And as you mentioned, the smaller companies, I'm sure I'm hoping that more collaborations will be formed in order to be more compliant and be able to raise the equity and, of course, be environmentally friendly. I have $1 million question for both Corina and Stavros, but I need to hear Stavros' views on this.
Thank you, Katerina. Many thanks also to Despina for hosting this panel for the second time this year. Now, to your question on whether the new regulation and the framework has been digested, I will reply that how can I digest a dinner that is being currently cooked? I mean, it's evolving. It's the framework and the agenda is evolving every day. I mean, there is the need to adopt, but it will take time. Some sectors, like the bulker sector, are a bit slower in adapting to the change. Some of the sectors are a bit more quick. Now, from our point of view and on the practical side, we have seen additional information inquiries on vessels financed by Poseidon principal signatories, but nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, the information requests that I have seen and processed with the assistance of my technical department always concern data to assess the annual efficiency ratio of the ships. This we submit in any case to the relevant authorities, and thus we have them readily available.
On the new financing front, when looking to source financing from the market, the sustainability agenda, I wouldn't say it's a major discussion at the point or a make or break element of the structure that we're discussing, but we see this gradually being adopted by lenders, which is in line with the trend we identified and discussed in this panel a year ago. Now, if we go a step beyond that, and if you ask me whether Synergy would pursue now a tender for LNG-fueled capesizes like the ones that have been out there from BHP or Anglo, tying up considerable capital to achieve marginal returns in 2-3 years from now, no, we are not there yet as a company. I mean, we have done other things, we have progressed on many other fronts, but I mean, increasing tenfold our capex to accommodate for the new regulations when these are currently work in progress, we have not done that. And I think that the similar approach was followed by Christo when you asked about green recycling and what stance banks are taking on the residual value of their assets. Now, and not on EEXI, and I'm going to Mark's point where he mentioned that he sees still interest, I mean, in financing older vessels. If you recall, a year ago in the same panel, we discussed the importance of focusing on improving the efficiency of the existing mid-aged vessels and discussed the various technical and operational measures that can deliver more fuel savings, basically, than the investment required. Now, to name a few, we discussed about slow steaming, weather routing, propulsion efficiency devices, and so on. And I mentioned back then that in cooperation with RightShip and one of our charters, Calgary and MAN, we were one of the first companies to implement an energy efficiency upgrade project on one of our vessels by performing engine power limitation, installing new duct, VFD, and other energy efficiency devices. Now, the EEXI regulation and its formal introduction by IMO comes basically to confirm this. Now, depending on the measures available to each owner, this might indeed affect the strategy on the commercial deployment of the ships and the underlying economics. But having said that, we have heard or read over the past few months oversimplified approaches on EEXI, arguing that older ships will need to be scrapped due to becoming uneconomical and so on. Now, in an effort to break down EEXI, this is basically looking at two main parameters: the specific fuel oil consumption of the main engine and the reference speed of the vessel. So basically, both how the ship was built, and some older ships, believe me, have better specific fuel oil consumption than mid-aged non-eco ships, and also how is the vessel being operated and what has the owner done to improve on the efficiency side, which is basically what was mentioned before. So what kind of limitation has been applied on the engine and whether energy efficiency devices have been installed. So in our opinion, bigger vessels that are operated at higher speeds, such as Valemaxes, VLOCs, large containers, irrespective of the age, will be affected most and will have to slow down. And this is where potentially a supply squeeze can come. To give you a practical example, at Synergy, in cooperation with DNV, we have completed the evaluation of our entire fleet. And based on this, we do not foresee any considerable capex or any meaningful speed reduction versus our current speed levels up to 2030. And we do own older vessels. And for example, one of our 2005 built Japanese bulkers is basically a very good performer and a very efficient vessel.
Yes.
So yeah, on the other hand, on how COVID has affected the ESG agenda and the relevant debate, some of the environmental issues, to my opinion, have been put temporarily on the back burner. Some other issues, and especially the social aspects, as Corina said before, have been brought out. So over the last months, we have indeed witnessed a humanitarian crisis with crew members being left stranded on board ships, mainly with issues having to do with crew changes and whether these are allowed in various ports. The Neptune Declaration is a promising initiative that focuses on the welfare and of the seafarers and on crew changes during the ongoing lockdowns. And we should all be dead serious on these matters and prioritize them next to the environmental agenda. It's very important.
I agree.
This is our day-to-day. It may seem remote to our shareholders, to our investors, or to our bankers sometimes, but it is very important. And again, I'm very much with Christo here. Collaboration between stakeholders, and especially on these matters between owners and charterers, are key.
Well, what I am, thank you, Stavros. What I'm actually taking out of this whole discussion is key words that I like: collaboration, extroversy, and acknowledging the human element in shipping. Once we put all of that together, and if this started because of regulations or COVID assisted or kickstarted the whole thing, it doesn't matter. The issue is the end result. $1 million question, yes, no answer to Corina and Stavros. Over the past 14 months, because you are two of the companies, shipping companies, that are very much aligned with all these regulations and the reporting because of your structures and your shareholding structure. Have you seen a difference in appetite for financing or in pricing? Very quickly, because I have one last question for everybody and our time is coming very close. Yes or no? Or maybe, or it's on the way. Corina?
Hi. Yes.
Good.
I have seen much more appetite.
We've made progress from last year.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Stavros?
Shall I explain why, or
yes.
just you want?
Yes. Very quick. If you can do it very quickly, of course.
I guess compared to a year ago that you were begging for financing, now there are a lot of financiers, traditional banks, alternative financiers that leasing, Japanese, Chinese, they are willing to invest again in shipping, especially in the dry bulk sector that I represent. So yes, there's a huge sense of how they want to support and to end the revenue back in the shipping industry, because it's an industry that has suffered less from the COVID compared to other industries.
True. Stavros, very quickly? Yes,
yeah,
no?
My answer is basically similar to Corina's. Yes, we see a lot of appetite for financing. I mean, banks and institutions like Citi or DNB, they very much have the ESG agenda on the foreground, and you need, to be very much literate and very much active on these fronts.
So we've made progress.
Financing.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've made progress, and that's very good to hear, because last year we were discussing a totally different issue. Very quickly, I'd like to touch on another subject, and that subject is the AIS system of the vessel, which is now open to all to track it. By all, I mean parties directly interested in the vessel, i.e. charterers, insurance, financiers, and anyone and everyone else who is interested to follow a vessel. Do you think this technology should be regulated for security reasons? And if yes, from where should this regulation originate? The flag, the classification society, ICS, IMO? Andreas? Very quickly.
Very quickly, I would say that the technology is already regulated by SOLAS Chapter 5 and the performance standards that the IMO had already issued. I think what you're actually trying to say is that whether that data should find itself on a map or on a web page free for everybody, which might cause a problem. I think the answer to your question very quickly is to refer to the IMO web page on specifically on AIS. Just a simple Google search, you will find out that in 2004 the IMO made a statement of that. And it's all written there, and I'm not going to repeat it, but mainly says that in no way that we can use the data to undermine safety or security of the vessel. So the IMO have done its job. I think that if something threatens the security of a vessel, it goes back to the actual flag state to take an action, or to the port state if the ship is nearby port.
Thank you.
I think that's the
So
maximum.
it goes back to collaboration again from charters and the owners. Exactly. When can they turn it off, and when are they allowed, when they are not? So again, collaboration. Stavro, from your management point of view?
Yeah, I very much agree with Andrea. I mean, AIS is a very important AIS data actually are very important. I mean, they provide accurate information to optimize operations, to lower costs, to prevent accidents and collisions, and what have you. But at the same time, I mean, the fact that the data is also available to pirates, I mean, that's definitely dangerous for the industry. So it needs to be regulated.
Or fine-tuned regulated, I would say, because it is obviously regulated, but fine-tuning the existing regulation.
Exactly, and the body to do so is the flag. I mean, I'm always giving directions, but the proper regulatory body would be the flag, and it should be ensured that only certified users with direct interest on the operations of the vessels are authorized to access the data.
Okay, all right, good. Corina or somebody else on the panel? We have 2 minutes.
I agree with Stavros that it's very useful tool for and for it became known for in order to prevent collisions and all of that. But again, it needs to be regulated and to restrict who is using and the purpose that is using this tool. So a better regulation on that is something that I would agree.
Alexandra, your legal viewpoint?
I would just add that last year there was some direction issued by OFAC in respect of sanctions where AIS and the transponder came up. And we did have inquiries about this from banks seeking to cover in their documentation. So if the transponder is switched off, what are the requirements for the master? The master needs, under the SOLAS and IMO, as Andreas already described, regulation, to properly log the switching off. So whether they're most likely because of safety reasons, like Stavros touched on for piracy, they are able to switch it off. It needs to be properly logged on board and also with the flag. So we did see interest from lenders wanting to incorporate an undertaking in the loan documentation. Whether that was necessary, we needed then to look back to the actual IMO regulation in SOLAS and to find that actually they could switch it off for certain reasons. And it wasn't in any way related in that respect to sanctions or trying to evade sanctions where someone might be tracking a ship that's in waters they shouldn't be in. Yeah. So I think that became a topic again as a result of that. But as I say, that does have a solution in that it needs proper documentation by the master, both with the flag authority and on board.
Okay.
So you are able to switch it off.
All right.
Now, on the wider question of how that's regulated or who has access, I agree. I think that needs further discussion and input.
I think it is. It is a much better and wider discussion. I am to assume, and due to time constraints, that my bankers on the panel would be allowing their lawyers to document the correct usage of it so that they can also be having access to data of the vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for this interesting discussion. It appears that, yes, shipping is being reshaped. We are going into the future with a different strategy and a different corporate format. We are being more sensitive to other issues other than just running the vessels. We are being sensitive on the human part and on what these vessels are doing to the environment. Again, I would like to thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed our panel, and please stay tuned and continue on into the other interesting topics of the day with our conference. Eugenia?
Katerina, thank you so much for conducting for once more such an interesting panel covering a wide range of topics and showing us again the importance of collaboration for every profession, and especially in this case with respect to ecology and the environment. Thank you so much, you and your distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we always wanted to ask the captain, I'm sure many of you. So this is our chance now to attend all together the engaging interview from Ms. Angie Hartman, the Executive Vice President of Crew Affairs Starbuck, to Captain Georgia Darslaki, Captain Class A of Springfield Shipping.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a pleasure for me today to be connected online with such a distinguished audience and to have the honor to interview Captain Georgia Darslaki. It is very important for the future of the shipping industry to have the right role models that will motivate others and at work and for the younger generation to join this unique profession. Georgia is currently serving as Chief Officer at Springfield Shipping, and recently she has obtained master's license. It's worth mentioning that Springfield in 1990 innovated and had a woman captain. Since then, Captain Georgia is the next and only one in this role. She will share with us how she has achieved, at the age of 31, to have already a 70-year total sea service time, having recently disembarked last November, impressive academic achievements in her CV, as well as what inspired her to join the seafaring profession. Holding the captain's license, she also has a diversified academic background from several high-ranked academic institutions, including a bachelor's degree in shipping law and maritime insurance, TMSA relevant studies and leadership certifications from HEC, Paris and MIT, along with various certifications on ship chartering and operations. Currently, she is attending the ICS Shipping Professional Program. Captain Georgia is also a member of Westa Hellas, Propeller Club of Piraeus, Ally Energy, and Women Offshore. What influenced you, Georgia, to follow a career at sea?
Good afternoon also from me. Angie, thank you very much for your kind words. And I want to thank also Mrs. Travlou for inviting me to be part of this forum. So let's go to answer your question. So what influenced me to choose this profession? I was born first in a coastal city named Kalamata, while I grew up in a small village to another coastal city named Pylos. I don't come from a shipping-oriented family, but the lure of the seas and exploring the oceans make me fall in love with this profession. I still remember when I was young, I was looking at the anchored ships at the Navarino Bay. Back then it was allowed. So, and I said to myself, I want to steer this, I want to drive this. So it was a love from the first sight, as they say. So later on I started my research on how and what I have to do in order to work on a ship and finally become a captain. So from the first moment that I had my first trainee voyage in a tanker, I wanted to learn more about shipping, trading, as well as the energy. I love energy. I love physics. I love energy. Energy is fascinating. Energy is giving power to our phones. Energy is giving power also to the Wall Street. Energy affects societies and economies. So, as we all know, upstream, downstream, midstream, for me, is a full ahead stream to working on a tanker and being part of this supply chain.
I love your enthusiasm and your passion, Georgia. Can you share with us your family reactions when you announced to them that you wanted to follow seafaring as a career?
Oh, okay, that was amazing because nobody of them wanted to do this job, since their only child desired to follow this job, this type of profession. Everybody, not only my family, tried to convince me to do something else, to follow another path. But I insisted in my decision, so I'm happy now that I can make them proud with my achievements. And please note, my greatest supporter was my grandfather.
How society reacts when you say you're a captain of a ship?
Usually they don't believe it. They are, wow, you're a captain? You drive a boat? You're steering a ship? Wow. And they are, curious to learn more things regarding my daily life and to learn more sea stories.
Currently, Georgia, we're in a global pandemic. You were on board when COVID-19 started, and now seafarers are recognized as key workers. What is your point of view, and what challenges did you face during your time on board?
Yes, that's correct. Since November 2020, we have been recognized as key workers. This is a success. But the pandemic started more than a year ago, and the entire world suffered. The crew repatriation still remains difficult. So when I was on board, the rest of the crew was already 1 year on board. I also reached that time too. And that means isolation, rejection of countries, not allowed to repatriate, Moreover, we faced issues of countries with total lockdown, that we couldn't even take provisions and spares. We could receive some fresh provisions only through helicopter. These conditions affected us. But our company was at our side since the very beginning, provided us the proper PPE, instructions, as well internet vouchers to stay connected with our families and keep our mental health in a high level. Just imagine being isolated in the same place for a long time, just working only, with no proper internet, no Netflix, no chance to see your family and your loved ones. While the worst part, nobody of us knew when this situation was gonna finish. So we also heard some medical emergencies that they didn't end up well. This uncertainty and working under these conditions affects the seafarer's mental health, because a ship is a small society, and as long as the chain part breaks, the rest of the team is not the same like before. So while there is also a vulnerability in accidents. However, there is also the light side of the moon. Our company managed to change crews in our ships in the entire fleet 2 times.
What has been so far for you the most fulfilling experience on board? Would you like to share with us?
Yeah, of course, there are many, but the highlight is my first contract as chief officer. It was one of the most unforgettable moments in my life. The truth is that as a chief officer, the most exciting moment is the cargo operation. I remember my first loading operation was in Saudi Arabia. Our instruction was loading 98%, that means full. While we had to load with high loading rate, and decision of stop was in owner's account, meaning my decision. All calculation was made with final eulogies, all crew involving in the operation was in position as they supposed to be, everything were ready, and as long as the tanks increased the level, I was stressed and my body got goosebumps with the completion of the first group of tanks. But also I keep it hidden because I didn't want anybody to doubt if I can handle it alone. Well, obviously I managed it. The satisfaction of the completion of the operation was incredible. As you know, Ms. Sanji, an advice, we should not define of what we achieved, but how we thrive.
It is commonly known that the nature of working on board is highly demanding in many aspects. How did you deal with this?
In the aspect of gaining a competitive advantage, a combination of tenacious learning and reading, while staying updated with regulations and ship's demands. But since the nature of the work is demanding, don't forget we are surrounded by diversity, different nationalities, religions, cultures. In a daily basis, me, as a leader, I was trying to give a proper guidance through meetings and discussions with my colleagues at any aspect that may arise. Working on board, you know, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So we should not forget that we have full transparency and the information is available at any time.
What advice would you give to a 17-year-old who has decided to follow the seafarer's profession, Georgia?
I would say to be genuine, be unique, as we all are. We all have our personality and talents. So don't try to fit in and sacrifice your identity. You know, when I was climbing up to the hierarchy, I had male colleagues as leaders to follow up. This means I had the opportunity to cooperate with various superior officers. Fortunately, the good and professional ones, like Captain Nicholas, Captain Vasilis, Captain Morphis, but also I met people that are not willing to train you. However, this is also an opportunity to teach each of you something. For that reason, we should not get discouraged, but to move on. We need growth mindsets, and this will be achieved by willing to learn new skills, values, and strength, these 3 things. So, if you can, when your priorities align with your vision, this can create a very powerful framework and groundwork for investing in your future, in our future.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years from now?
As I look back, 10 years ago, the past decade. It has been long days and nights, but the juice was worth the squeezing. So up to 2031, I see myself as a captain on a tanker with my crew, or working in a leading position in the shipping industry. I see a healthy and stable lifestyle with interactions that will have impact in micro-level basis, while of course, I would like to have created a family with my future loved husband. But overall, to be a human, a woman with direction. As we said, Angie, sky is the limit.
That is true. Georgia, I really want to thank you for the open discussion we had today. You have conveyed to us your emotions and your worries when you're on board the vessel. Seafaring is one of the most physically and mentally challenging professions in the world. What makes a good seaman is her commitment, passion, and professionalism that characterizes each individual. I wish you all the very best in your personal life and your career. I would like to thank you very much again, Gina, for this interview. And I would like to thank again Mrs. Travlou for giving us the chance to have this fantastic interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Angie. Thank you to Ms. Travlou. It was an amazing opportunity.
Thank you, Captain Darsakley. Sorry, I mispronounced your name before. I was facing something technical at the same time. That was really engaging. Thank you so much, Ms. Hartman. Wonderful. And now I have the great pleasure to present you once more Mr. Angelos Roupas Pantaleon, our chair of the conference, for another engaging discussion on alternative shipping finance.
Jenny, thank you. Before I move on to our topic, just a quick remark. I rarely get impressed so much, but I found the previous interview to be inspiring, impressive, and passionate, and that is wonderful to see. Anyhow, moving on to our panel discussion now, it is my pleasure to introduce our panelists, Martin Hugger, Stefanos Frangos, Vasilis Theophanopoulos, Martin from Mirbound Capital, Stefanos from Yale Street, and Vasilis Mount Street. So thank you for joining us. I'm not going to make much of an introduction here, and I don't want us to give any specific, I won't give you any specific questions. I want us to have a free-flow discussion. A first remark I would make is that my impression, but please correct me if I'm wrong, is that bank overregulation seems to be your best gift these days. It has opened up new horizons for you, and it would appear that because of this, but also because of other issues, ship owners today have many more options than they had even 2-3 years ago. There's really courses for horses, as they say. That's my impression, but I would like to open it up and see where you all stand on this matter. Stefanos, why don't you give us a remark on what I just introduced as an idea, whether you agree or not.
Angela, thank you very much. And congratulations actually for this amazing digital conference and for being part of it as a panelist here amongst other distinguished co-panelists. So to your point, yes, I do agree. So bank overregulation has led the way instead of opening up the space or creating the void for more players. So I can remember only really a handful of alternative ship financiers doing vanilla instruments like 10 years ago already. But in the last 5 or 3 years, that bank overregulation led a number of key players either exiting or downscaling on the traditional bank financing scene that clearly opened the floor to a number of different alternative non-bank lenders and in different sort of forms and shapes, in different instruments, each one of us proposing a different value-adding proposition, an accretive proposition, and making through its way to fill the void that banks have left. And even though banks are, even though banks continue leaving, there are, moments where, local banks or European banks or even American banks are coming up to, increase their presence by, providing compelling products. These are really not for the masses. These are not for the small to medium ship owners. These don't appeal to everyone. It's really designed for, a small group of specific institutionalized clients, or at least mid-sized companies. Alternative ship lending is here to fill the void for the smaller and mid-sized good quality ship owners.
The good thing with our panelists today is that all three of you really have a banking experience also, so you have that as a background to work with and draw experiences from. So Martin, I'm a ship owner, and 3 weeks from now I'm about to take delivery of a tanker. I've identified this wonderful opportunity now that the tanker market is experiencing a downturn. Probably I can't line up a bank in a span of 2-3 weeks. Do I knock on your door? Careful what you say, of course, but do I knock on your door? And basically what I'm getting at, I think one of the opportunities that you guys have there is you have you can respond with, you can be quicker in your response. That's what I want to say. Am I right in this?
Absolutely. So 3 weeks is well, challenging in a way that there is not much room for error. But if you have delivery in 3 weeks and we like the project, we'll be able to disperse by then, provided that your side is professional as well. So you need to line up your lawyers, you need to line up your crew, and we'll line up the money. And you can do it. You can get it done, right? So that's a benefit that you bring to the table. Someone saying, I bought a vessel and delivery is early April, can you do it? And the request is already over with our funders, and I expect them to come back today and say yes or no. And that means we'll have tonight a decision, and if the client likes what we propose, the money will be out before Easter or just after German Easter. There we go. Thank you for this. Vasilis, you've also worked on the ship ownership side, and you know the value of counter-cyclical lending. Are you prepared to take the plunge and support an investment when the cash flow isn't necessarily at its best?
Well, I wish it was like the majority of the situations that were like that, especially when I was on the other side of the table. But the reality is this: I don't miss the days of under-regulation. I think the last 20 years, the global fleet has doubled. So suggesting that we are in the same environment that we were like maybe 20 years ago, where you could pick up the phone and call your banker and have something like that very quickly. I think it doesn't make sense for many other industries as well, because the fact that sometimes here in the shipping industry, we don't look at the other industries. This doesn't work in other industries, and it's not going to be working for shipping for a very long time as well. Opportunities should be taken advantage with equity or cash. Debt is a product, and we have been focusing on the difficult side of debt, the bad debt that has racked up in the European banking system. So debt and the debt providers that
but you are making a move on the other side of the spectrum also, aren't you?
Yes, and that's it. I mean, what is happening, I think, is not kind of a shift between kind of the prudent banks and then the very risky investors. I think it's a right risk allocation. You have to be able to find capital for all sorts of risk profiles. And that, I think, is an efficient capital market. You find that a ship owner can find prudent capital for a very safe investment, can find it quickly from a relationship bank where he has other, let's say, activities with them, and they can monitor their transaction history and everything else. But then for new ship owners or ship owners that need to grow, and then so they need to grow their banking relationships or their financing relationships, there must be all sorts of different capital pots out there. And that's what we are trying to do. Most of my colleagues, we have 20 colleagues coming from shipping banking background, and all sorts of German banks, UK banks, alternative lenders. And what we are finding and we are trying to do is basically find the right pot of capital for every situation, because not everything is for everyone. Okay, and there is no single source that can cover all of that.
So your strategy is to create different pockets, and you dig into each pocket depending on the situation. Stefane, how about your approach to this? Do you approach specialized projects, or do you prefer more mainstream projects? And then do you or would you consider engaging in countercyclical lending?
Thanks, Angela. Yes, indeed. I think we are seasoned enough, all of us here, to agree that counter-cyclical lending in shipping is key. We pay attention to that. We've been long enough in the banking business to be focused there. And actually, here at Yieldstead, we have the luxury to be diversified enough and hold off when the opportunities are not there, or where we are at the wrong point in the cycle, in which case we would focus in our other asset classes, real estate, private business credit, etc., etc. And when circumstances turn, then we can be again active in counter-cyclical lending. Like, for instance, as of present in the tanker side, and in a number of key areas on the bulk carrier side. Other than that, our product is quite straightforward and vanilla, and we lend mainly to vanilla asset types like bulk carriers, tankers, and selectively for the right sponsors in container carriers too, cautiously these days. The usual alternative ship lending financing product. We're flexible enough, quick enough, I think, offering the sort of right balance between debt and equity. We are there to consider older or mid-aged vessels, which hopefully provide some value addition to smaller and mid-sized ship owners in exploiting opportunities, and we are quick. And when it comes to our structure, again, a classic vanilla loan structure, and selectively in a number of occasions, when there is a need to do so, we also engage in second leasebacks.
Excellent. Thank you for that. That gives me the opportunity to ask Martin, how would you describe the profile of your ideal customer? Who do you think, obviously you want the credit-worthy customer, but what I'm getting at is, who do you think as a profile, company profile, is most likely to be engaging your services?
Most likely, or most of our clients are smaller companies that are family-owned, sometimes companies that are owned by several families, where none of the owners want to give a personal guarantee and basically guarantee for his brother or cousin. And we generally have people that see opportunities in the market and that want to compete with cash buyers, which they normally cannot because banks are slow and will not be there with a committed finance by the time they need it. So typically, small companies, 3 to 5 vessels, companies rather than companies that are in financial difficulties. We try to avoid those ones.
Yesterday in our banking panel, we didn't reach a consensus on the name lending element, which from my personal experience in banking, I believe is very critical in ship financing. So what's your perspective on name lending? I understand from reading between the lines that it probably weighs in your decision. Is this so?
Well, what is most important, I think, in shipping are two things. One is the character of the client, and second is the quality of the vessel he buys. Quality, including technical quality or pedigree, which yard it is, but also how it will be managed and at what price it's bought. So the asset is basically, if you buy the right vessel at the right time and you're a good guy, you know your business, then it doesn't really matter whether you're big or small and how big your balance sheet is. So this is the kind of people we try to focus.
Vasilis, good.
And the best
sorry.
what we've been doing together 10 years ago.
Vasilis, good project, mediocre name, or great name and doable project, but the name will carry the project through? What would you go for?
I think people have had good experiences with either strategies. I think it's always helpful if you know your client for years and you've done business together before. The real aspect, though, is that in most of these situations, people are having to do business with people who they don't know. And that's the nature of the decline in bank credit and the growth of alternative lending. By these two factors mean that people are doing business with people they haven't done business before. So definitely the project itself is the number one that gets approvals. But over time, similar to when the market kind of finds its new balance, where there are established alternative lenders that again and again tap their own capital partners and then deploy that capital, relationships will matter more again when the market kind of finds the right mix of bank credit and alternative credit.
Thank you. 2 years ago, maybe Vasilis would not have been sitting at that window in terms of our discussion here, because he was more engaged in other lines of business, more on the distress side. But now there he is, and there are other companies that have since joined, offering alternative financing. So the question I have for all three of you, Stephanie, you might begin, is, are you feeling this competition, and has that led to some squeeze in the pricing? My perception is that pricing is not what it used to be. It ain't going to be at banking levels either, but are you feeling a bit of the competition in terms of covenants and pricing and what have you?
No, that's an excellent question. Actually, I think that competition is healthy, makes things driving the right direction. And yes, there is competition. Actually, there is competition across all debt stack. So from the smaller, active local banks, be it in Greece, in Cyprus, in Germany, etc., in other local markets that compete themselves and set the perhaps lower end pricing spectrum, to the mid-tier alternative SIP lending, to the kind of upper end or the latest newcomers in the alternative SIP lending like Hill Street and others. Yes, indeed, there is competition, and that creates a healthy environment. So we are there, we are not shying away from that. We try to improve, we try to see where we sit in the pricing spectrum, and then try to add as much as possible of value to the borrower, essentially, in recognizing what are they getting for what they pay for, be it flexibility, be it higher advances, being quick, being flexible structures. So that's how we view competition, and we like it, actually.
Martin, are you feeling Vasilis' and Stefanos' heat? What's your read on the situation?
We see that there are more people out there. I think it's healthy. And generally, we see that people are coming back to the sources that they know. where they feel that there's transaction certainty. And well, if people go out and promise the world, there are some people out there that say they can do 100% finance for 3%. Well, good luck to them. And I wouldn't want to
They won't be here next year, I think. They won't be here next year. They'll have fallen through the cracks probably if they do this.
We've been around last year during COVID, and people that were with us early last year, they've seen us moving and behaving last year, they come back. And that's, I think, the advantage of companies that have been around a little bit longer now.
Vasilis, your strategy in this respect, I won't make comparisons because you're just, launching now into this domain, but your feeling is, compared to maybe when you were compiling a business plan for all this, your feeling is that it's getting slightly tighter?
It is tight, and I think it's tight across a number of segments. There are, out there you have a number of different niches that all of them have a number of players in them, and we win as much business as we lose in more or let lose on every given occasion. I think you need to find a niche that suits your capabilities and the people that you kind of are in contact with, that from previous situations, and then be able to be a recognizable source for capital for a specific need. And if that need is scalable, that is going to be successful for your platform, alternative platform. And what we think is that initially there were kind of people that launched into very high cost structures just because they could, and nobody had tried it before, and that dissipated very quickly. Their yields came down. Now some of the most successful ones are giving out credit at rates that they didn't believe they would be able to do in the past. But that's the nature of the beast. If you are a successful platform, you can convince more and more people to trust you more and more with lower priced capital, and that's good for the industry. That's good for the sector, because that means that there is growth and there is kind of survival of the fittest.
I think we've come full circle with this remark. Would you care to make any sort of closing remark? If not, we move on to our next module. Otherwise, if you do have a closing remark, please bring it forward. I guess we've covered it then. Truly, thanks for joining. And let's see what the upcoming 12 months bring to us. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us.
After another engaging panel discussion conducted by Mr. Angelos Roupas, I'm in a great pleasure to tell you about an offer that the Strathclyde University, in Glasgow, has a generous offer for all of you that you will now see on the screen. please contact www.imstatus.gr to learn more about this generous offer. And now, from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Professor David Hiller, Associate Principal and Executive Dean of Strathclyde Business School, and Dr. Lazarakis, Reader of Naval Architecture, Ocean and Marine Engineering of Strathclyde University, in a discussion about the Executive MBA.
Hello, my name is Professor David Hiller. I am the Associate Principal of the University of Strathclyde and Executive Dean of Strathclyde Business School. Many thanks for giving me a few minutes of your day to allow me to introduce the university and also our new MBA with a specialism in shipping. The University of Strathclyde is a socially progressive, leading international technological university. We were founded in 1796, and we have a very rich history of research, teaching and industry engagement in business, in naval architecture, shipping and other subjects and topics within engineering, science, humanities. We have been recognised as the Scottish University of the Year in 2020, in the UK Times Higher Education Awards. We've been recognised twice in the last 10 years as the UK University of the Year, and that's an accolade that no other university has achieved. We were known as the Entrepreneurial University of the Year, and we won a Queen's Anniversary Prize for Higher and Further Education in 2019. We have many famous alumni in all areas, going all the way back to David Livingstone. We have John Logie Baird, the inventor of the television, Henry Faulds, the originator of fingerprint identification. One of our main areas of expertise is in the business school and in naval architecture. I want to say just a few words about the business school. The business school was the very first business school in Scotland to achieve triple accreditation, and there are only around about 100 business schools in the world that have that. And these are accreditations from the main global business school accreditation bodies. We are regularly ranked as one of the top university business schools in the world, Europe and the UK. For our research, we've been ranked number 1 in Scotland and number 3 in the UK for the impact of our research on industry. We've a very long history in Greece, and we've been running our MBA there since 1996, and also our Masters in Finance for a number of years. The MBA has led to 650 graduates from Greece, and our MSc Finance has 200 graduates, and those alumni are now in senior positions throughout the whole region. We run an MBA program which is, you would call, blended learning, so it's a combination of flying faculty. Strathclyde staff come out and teach face-to-face. We have local counsellors, and we have also full use of our technological capability to ensure that we're giving you the very best education possible. So without further ado, I'll now pass over to my colleague, who will now explain the MBA in more detail, and in particular our shipping specialism. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, from my side too. My name is Iraklis Lazarakis, and I am a reader at the Department of Naval Architecture, Ocean and Marine Engineering of the Faculty of Engineering at Strathclyde University. I'm also the director
of the Strathclyde MBA with a specialism in shipping. With regards to the Department of Naval Architecture, Ocean and Marine Engineering, this is founded on the City of Glasgow reputable maritime heritage, involving the establishment of the world's first naval architecture chair in 1883. It is the largest department of its kind in the UK and Western Europe, offering undergraduate, postgraduate taught and postgraduate research courses, and has been established as a centre of excellence in marine technology in the UK, Europe and beyond. It is also highly international. We have students and staff from more than 40 countries around the world. The department courses are also accredited by the Royal Institution of Naval Architects and the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology on behalf of the UK Engineering Council. Overall, the University of Strathclyde has been a pioneer of the MBA development, with its first full-time MBA offered in the UK in 1966 and the first part-time MBA offered in 1976. On the other hand, the executive and part-time MBA has been offered in Greece since 1996. Now, the new course of the MBA with a specialism in shipping is a joint development by the Business School and the Department of Naval Architecture, Ocean and Marine Engineering of the University of Strathclyde. It addresses the management development needs of high potential shipping executives within the maritime sector, and it will be offered through a blended learning approach in Greece through weekend tutorials, full-time face-to-face seminars provided by Strathclyde faculty members in Athens and supported by a thorough virtual learning environment. The MBA with a specialism in shipping will start in September 2021, and applications are currently being received.
Presentation of the MBA, I'm sure it will attract the attention of many of our audience members who can follow also the generous offer of the university. And now we move to Mr. Matraos, Senior Vice President of Global Sales of Qatar Airways. It is impressive to see how Qatar Airways are dealing with the pandemic and how they are moving crew during this crisis.
Welcome to a new level of luxury, where safety and security meet impeccable service through our state-of-the-art airport and lounges. Begin your journey with ease, with each step as seamless as the last, leading towards an unforgettable experience. Discover a world of your own on board Q-Suite, our revolutionary business class, with privacy doors and do not disturb feature. Relax as you unwind in ultimate safety and comfort. Our award-winning crew are always on hand to look after your every need for a journey of unparalleled luxury and privacy with the most experience from flying consistently. Travel safely with the airline you can rely on. Qatar Airways, going places together.
Dear friends in the maritime community, Qatar Airways is proud to be a partner of Slide to Open Shipping Finance 2021. I think this is the first time we've partnered with your conference, and in any other year, we would love to be there with you in person. Unfortunately, like 2020, 2021 is no ordinary year. We're still grappling with this pandemic, and we're pleased to be there with you, at least digitally, and maybe next year we'll come back in person. We've been reaching out to the maritime community because we want to thank you for your contributions to our business and to our industry during this difficult time. As another kind of participant in the world's freight movement, we know what a vital role international trade and commerce play, and we've learned, particularly during the pandemic, just how important the shipping industry is within that, and the role that aviation and shipping combined can do to keep the world's economy moving. Now, while our part in this industry is a little different from yours, we're conscious that keeping your crew moving is important to keeping your operations going. And we'd like to think that we can do so in a way that's safe, hygienic in the pandemic, and as comfortable as we can make it for your crew, who we understand have been under the stress and pressures of being abroad for a long time, and maybe even longer than usual because of the pandemic conditions. So thank you for placing your trust in us, and thank you for trusting us to reliably help you operate your business. 2020 really was one of the most challenging times in aviation. 2021 is starting in a similar vein, and I think we all owe it to our customers, our business partners, and our employees to operate to the highest standards of safety and professionalism and the highest service levels as we can during these difficult times. So let me talk you through a little bit of the Qatar Airways experience of the pandemic with a focus on seafarers. So I think the first point we'd make is that we flew consistently through the pandemic. We saw it as our mission to keep operating our airline network and to keep global trade and global travel moving as much as possible. I think our network never dipped below 30 destinations, and on top we added a lot of charter flying when it was not possible to operate scheduled services. And as part of that commitment to keep operating and to keep taking people home, we flew more than 3.1 million people back to their home countries in 2020. Among them, we moved almost 250,000 seafarers, either from the ship back to the home country as a sign-off process, or from the home country to the ship when they were starting a new contract. I think we've been working closely with governments, with industry players, with shipping associations, with the specialized travel agencies, and with people like yourselves throughout that period. So again, I say thank you. And during the pandemic, we've kept our operations every day to some key locations for seafarers and for the shipping industry. I'm talking about Athens. I'm talking about cities like Amsterdam. In the East, Jakarta, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and I guess particularly importantly, Manila and the Philippines. On top, we've been able to grow our network as well. And that's seen us open new destinations during the pandemic. Some of them important for seafarers, including in the Philippines, Cebu and Clark, in Australia, Brisbane, in Africa, Accra, and most recently, Seattle and San Francisco in the United States. I did mention briefly that we'd operated charter flights, and many times these were for seafarers or for shipping companies. This saw us call in places as far afield as Sao Paulo, Port of Spain, Bridgetown, Barbados, and places like Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, Antananarivo in Madagascar. Let me talk a little about the customer journey and what we've done with our business and our operations to help seafarers. One key highlight of our product and service offering this year is to open a Mariner Lounge in our hub, Hamad International Airport in Doha. This exclusive lounge is there for seafarers and for offshore workers. And we were conscious in opening it that it would help your crew find the journey a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more secure, knowing there was a dedicated space just for them. And we're conscious that some of the connections and journeys are quite long. So it's a nice place for them to relax, to have a meal, to freshen up, maybe take a nap in between the flights and en route from home to ship or from ship to home. We've also looked at some of our internal processes to make the regulatory and permissions and the booking management a little bit easier for your business partners. And we'll keep all of these processes under review. We're very interested in your feedback as to how we can make the journey more pleasant and less stressful, because we understand some of the pressures your crew are operating under and some of the stress from being away from home for a long time. We want the airline part of the journey to be as comfortable and pleasant as can be. Now, I couldn't tell you about our response to the pandemic without spending a little bit of time on safety and hygiene. And I think for me, the key thing we've been doing through the year is learning and reviewing our processes and making sure we're staying state of the art when it comes to every possible hygiene and safety measure we can through that customer journey. That's seen us as an airline and our home airport, Hamad International here in Doha, both receive the Skytrax 5-star safety rating for travel during the pandemic. We've reviewed all manner of processes and procedures. We provide PPE to our guests traveling with us. Our crew wear PPE in flight. We've tailored and altered our service delivery so that it's that little bit safer, but still has that high quality Qatar Airways touch. On top, we've reviewed increased cleanliness and hygiene regimes. We've introduced some really innovative processes like robotic cleaning methods. And most recently, we've deployed Honeywell's UV robot cleaning system. So after the cabin's been cleaned, a Honeywell robot goes through the cabin with extendable arms, disinfecting using UV light, getting into every nook and cranny in the aircraft. Looking ahead, so I've spent a bit of time on the pandemic and its impact on us, but what does the future hold? Currently, we're operating to 130 destinations and almost 1,000 flights every week. We plan to keep growing, adding a little bit more capacity, doing so responsibly as markets return and as governments adjust their travel restrictions. I think the United States is an interesting market for us. We've now restored service to all but one destination we flew before the pandemic, and that last one, Atlanta, is coming back in June. On top, we've added 2 new destinations, Seattle and San Francisco, and deepened our partnership with American Airlines, giving us full reach into the country. And meaning that today, our network in the US for flights, destinations, and frequencies is now bigger than it was pre-pandemic. In other parts of the world, we've teamed up with various strategic airline partners, carriers like British Airways and Iberia, part of the IAG group, LATAM Airlines in Brazil, covering Latin America, JetBlue, and we've got an upcoming partnership with Alaska Airlines, also in the United States, and Cathay Pacific in the Asia Pacific region. And these partners give us greater reach and help us carry your seafarers from almost anywhere on Earth to almost anywhere else they need to go. While doing so, we're committed to operating our fleet with environmental sustainability as one of our key goals. Our operations today are predicated on our Boeing 787 and Airbus A350 fleets, which are both among the youngest in the sky, just 2 years for the A350s, and come with the best cabin products on board, but from an environmental perspective, the most fuel-efficient aircraft you'll find in the sky, and the right size for the travel demands in today's market. So let me finish by saying thank you again for placing your confidence and trust in us through the pandemic. We look forward to continuing to do business with you as we move into a recovery year, and I look forward to learning more and more about the maritime industry and your seafarers through the conference ahead. Thank you.
It is wonderful to realize the care of everybody during this difficult situation for all of us. On that note, I will now welcome Ms. Elizabeth Calvary, neuropsychologist, executive trainer, founder of Self-Balance. And hello, Elizabeth. Very happy to have you here again. And we're really looking forward to hear more about the importance of human element. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Janie, for the introduction. Welcome on board, everyone. By way of a quick introduction, the idea of this panel discussion came from my professional experiences over this past year. We have all experienced as officers and crew in distress who felt that the other side was not understanding of their emotional stress and the need to be closer to their loved ones. And in the end, I continue feeling it all boils down to sound communication and in trying to find effective ways in bridging the bridge. So allow me, therefore, to introduce to you our guests on today's panel. Together with us is Mrs. Maria Rapti from Euronav Ship Management, Mr. Matt Raos from Qatar Airways, Mr. Telemachos Poulis from Prime Tanker and Gas Management. Unfortunately, Mrs. Ioanna Bernardou won't be able to join us. An emergency happened, and she will support, actually, the initiative of Bridging the Bridge. So welcome, everyone. Maria, Telemache, Matt, welcome, and thank you for being with us today. Matt, your presentation was really interesting, and I may use this opportunity to touch upon the difficulties surrounding repatriation and crew changes. You mentioned the safety, hygiene of crews. I will add mental health and well-being as well as important issues also. So your point of view on this, please, will be valuable.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you for the opportunity to join you virtually this evening. And hello from Doha.
Thank you.
I think for Qatar Airways, it's been a real learning point this last 12 months or so, and really understanding the needs of seafarers and the needs of all those other players in this industry. I think for us, marine travel or maritime travel has always been something of a niche. But this year, as global trade continued, but our aviation side of the industry came under a lot of pressure and capacity reduced, we really saw those pressures come to light. So I think for us, it's been a process of continuous review. Firstly, to make sure we're delivering the safest service we can and to the highest standards. And with the interests of your communities, really understanding what's needed and trying to make that experience work for them. And you mentioned in your opener that it's the importance of dialogue between industry players. And for me, even though I've been in this industry for 20 years, I think I can say we've spoken to more shipping companies, more travel industry specialists, more crewing organizations in the last 12 months than I personally had in the preceding 20 years. And we learned a lot through that process. We learned early on about how to align some of the medical protocols. We learned about the importance of logistics and precision and reliable operations to support ships that might be at sea and only have a few hours to come into port. And so we worked quite closely with a number of players. I can think of stories where we adjusted our schedules simply so that we could meet the crew change requirements of shipping companies, or where we organize charter flights to places that are not normally part of our network to keep your side of the industry moving. So I think it's really important that all the players talk openly with one another. And I think that's why we wanted to be a participant in this event. So thank you again for that opportunity.
Thank you, Matt. Very important indeed. And Maria, business is all about people. So what areas of professional development do you feel were lacking during this past year in terms of effective communication and cooperation for both shore and officers and crew?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for this question and the opportunity to be part of this discussion. Your question is regarding the pandemic or in general this past year?
The pandemic, as you would like to discuss a little bit, but in general also because I think it's one of the most important issues that you deal every day.
Yes, it was really a very difficult year for shipping industry, especially for the seafarers and our crews. The pandemic kept the people on board, and due to the lack of traveling and coming to their home back, and do some more trainings and professional development. However, we have discovered the connection virtually with the people. We saw the challenges that were in front of us, and the job and the business could not stop. So we tried quite some different ways for continuing developing the people and trying to support them for their further improvement. So one thing that it was using the technology, and this helped us to come closer. Although we were far from the people on board, technology managed to get us closer. So that was a very good opportunity to use the technology. Of course, the workload management, it was another challenge during this period. We can name a lot of these challenges that we faced during this year.
I think it was such a challenging year, and for all of us, it was difficult, but at least it gave us the opportunity to be as creative as possible in order to find this connection and the need to be close to each other. I think it was one of the most important things, and as you mentioned, technology at least helped us to connect with each other. Of course, we need to improve so much that kind of communication. And as I think Telemachy, in order to flow and to grow, we need to talk about competencies and leadership skills, as we already discussed, both on the bridge and the office. Is that right? So what do you believe we have learned this last year, according to your experience?
First of all, Elizabeth and Despina, thank you for inviting me on this panel tonight with all these distinguished guests and participants. Who could define leadership as the ability of a person to influence a group or another individual in order to achieve goals and results? And of course, this is not necessarily attached to a specific position in an organization, and it should not be confused with the status, the power, or the official authority.
Right.
From a seafarer or from an employee, we are expecting to have the knowledge and the expertise for the position and to work with the appropriate diligence and productivity. Of course, depending on the position, different skills are required. Problem solving, innovation, attention to detail are critical skills for an engineer, while communication, building relationships, and organizational commitment are critical for an HR job. Mm-hmm. As the employee or the seafarer moves up the ranks, the expertise gradually is not a requirement because the areas of responsibility broaden, and it is unrealistic to expect to become an expert on other areas. We are expecting, however, the employee or the seafarer to develop and exercise soft skills like communication, building teams, emotional intelligence, motivating others, delegation, strategic planning, and leadership. We are expecting the underdevelopment leader to practice seeing the bigger picture, not to mastering details, to enable things to happen instead of doing the work, to focus on relationships, to ask questions instead of giving answers, and to develop experts who will provide solutions the leader would never have had imagined. From our recent experience with the pandemic, we saw that due to the inability to have physical presence, we had a tremendous increase of the virtual meetings, as Maria just explained, of the virtual audits, the virtual inspections, and the distant learning. All these virtual, very important activities for shipping, all these activities resulted to the development of some other very important skills. Communication, flexibility, ambiguity and stress tolerance, perseverance and leadership are among them. And these skills are being developed, as we say, with the hard way. It is an on-the-job training. And this is very, very important because, as we know, leadership and the related soft skills are also dependent on the job assignments and the experience that is derived from them.
Right. I think it's as you mentioned, Dilemache, all these soft skills are, I think, need to be a kind of skills that we need in everyday life. It's something that we have seen that it's really important these days, but I think we need to make it a habit from now on. And as I usually say, every team is a mix of different personalities. And I think, Matt, when collaboration has been established, this leads to safer changing of crew members, but also contributes to a shipping culture of transformation, a culture in which crew safety and well-being is safeguarded and promoted. What changes have you worked on internally in order to be able to work towards such transformation?
Thank you for the question, Elizabeth. I think airlines and shipping companies have one thing in common, which is our operations rely on our crew.
Exactly.
And like you say, they're made up of teams of individuals, sometimes working together for the first time, in our case on a flight, maybe in your case on a ship, and they have to come together and deliver safely and to a very high standard. So I think that's an ongoing challenge. I think where our crew meet yours is the area where we've made the biggest visible change in our operations for seafarers. And we're conscious that there's a complexity in your crew changes. So when people are leaving the ship and heading back home, or whether they're signing on, leaving their home country and moving to a port, and with the airline network still disrupted, and with connections maybe being long in hubs, and quite difficult journeys. So this is why we decided to operate a new lounge just for seafarers and offshore workers, so that they have a space that they can call their own inside our airport, where they can meet, mingle safely, but with their peers, so that they're surrounded by a team that understand the experience they're going through, and that we hope that it makes, our part of the journey that little bit more comfortable, so that when heading home, we're a nice part at the end maybe of a stressful assignment, or when heading out, we're a nice way to start the trip or their journey.
Right.
So I think that's probably the biggest change we've made, and we've had a lot of thanks from the community for it. And we're very proud, and it was a change for us. We had to convince ourselves it was the right thing to do.
No.
But now I think we wonder why we never had something like that before.
Yeah, great. And I think, Maria, may I ask you, how can we make it happen, all that, when it comes to people and culture building? Therefore, as we already discussed, this is often pushed into the responsibility of the Human Resources Department. So how can we make the maritime industry be a source of inspiration and positive force for current and potential talents who will join and remain content in their professional functions?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, Elizabeth. I would like to start saying that the proper communication, as Matt and also Telemakos mentioned, is the common denominator, let's say,
right.
in a way.
Exactly.
It's everywhere and affects everything. I think that inclusion and open discussions is one of the pillars. The shipping industry is characterized by the diversity in any aspect, in nationality, in religious, in values, a lot of things. So a proper and open communication is a key that can bring the success of collaboration and carry on our duties. To come back to your question about building a culture of good cooperation is again training the people, openly talks, and of course inspiring the people and motivate the personnel to achieve their goals. If people understand and they can see and they can feel that they work for a scope, for a goal, for a common goal, then I think this will lead to a success both for individual professionalism and the organizations.
It's true, it's true. Thank you, Maria. So what is it in the shipping culture, Telemache, that you believe should be further promoted?
For asking, I think I should provide a different perspective. I believe, first of all, that we all agree that the seafarer profession is not a regular profession. It is very particular. The seafarer is far away from home, family and friends. In an isolated, difficult and risky environment, it is a vessel at sea. Working irregular hours on ships 24/7, at the same limited space who also lives, living with people he never chose to live with, and dealing with them under difficult circumstances. The decisions and the actions of a seafarer have a direct impact on the safety, the health and the life of others, crewmates or not, and of course on the environment. And last but not least, under these difficult circumstances, the seafarer has plenty of time to also deal with him or her inner self. And as we all know, for a lot of people, this is not an easy task. From personal experience, in order to successfully deal with all this, the seafarer must be devoted to his job and must see the vessel he is assigned to as his home and treat it as if it was. Otherwise, it is difficult to withstand living and even more working on board. We will end up to a situation where the seafarer just believes that he has to deliver his piece of work without any real interest. This is not what we wish. I believe that devoted seafarers is the foundation upon to build substantial training, development, organization, procedures and processes that would finally result on effective, efficient and safe vessel operations and a sustainable crew well-being. We all know the shortage of seafarers globally, and that future is not promising on this area. So it is up to each company to build the culture and the working climate that will attract the skillful seafarers that love their profession. To find the ways to make the candidate seafarers feel proud to join the company and the vessel that is going to be assigned. to develop, as we say in HR, the appropriate employee value proposition for the shore employees, and why not the appropriate crew value proposition for crews.
Very important. We love our job, and so as to feel more engaged and be work as a team and improve every day and develop. So before closing, any remarks that you would like to share? Just a word of encouragement for each one of you, Matt.
Well, I think the most encouraging thing for me is that even though the world is still very disrupted this year in terms of mobility, we are gradually recovering. Slowly and surely, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. We're at a very strange moment where there's a lot of optimism about the vaccine rolls out, combined with pessimism and concern about second waves, third waves, and changing variants. But I remain confident that our industry, our global economy, our wider community, we will all get through this. We might not get back to exactly the same kind of normal, but things will get better, and they'll get even better faster if we stay connected and work with one another, because there are challenges here that are bigger than any one industry participant to solve.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Tilemache, just a word as a remark and an encouragement for the next generation, or even what we have already experienced.
Yeah, we understand that the human element is of vital importance for every organization, especially for businesses as the shipping. What we found out during this pandemic is that all these problems that we have mentioned before are gradually being encountered. And what we also found out is that strong relationships among the shore employees and among the crews are being developed. This is something that should continue, and this is something that we should invest on it.
Thank you. Great. And Maria, your opinion, your positive remark on all that?
Yes. Bridging the bridge. What a nice expression, Elizabeth. It's really an ongoing process on achieving this. We are all human and we are the same. I think only the technology is this that changes. And we as human beings have to follow and use the new technologies for coming together and closer.
Thank you. So thank you all for your contribution. I believe we cannot cover all these important issues in this short discussion, but I think we have agreed between us that we humans are important after all, and that human emotions can affect processes, procedures, and safety. And so that, therefore, close cooperation within an organization remains vital if we are to transform culture for the benefit of all. Thank you all, and wish you a pleasant evening, and stay tuned. Thank you. Bye-bye all.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and everybody. Understanding, respect, collaboration will allow us to dream and bring the new future, even in these difficult circumstances. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And speaking about the future, the youth is the future and will always be. So I would like here to present you an educational program, Adopt a Ship Educational Program, managed by NPO Project Connect, presented by the founder and director, Ms. Irene Otaes, Manager Director, founder of Banker Broker, Prime's Bankers Plus Services, Governor of the International Propeller Club, Port of Piraeus.
My name is Irene Otaes, and I founded Project Connect in 2015 at a time where there was a need to bridge young shipping students with shipping companies. Project Connect offers the opportunity to the Greek shipping community to together cultivate the next generation workforce that will sustain the Greek shipping success story. We target a younger age that is quenching for role models like our shipping people. We do this through an international program that we introduced and manage in Greece called Adopt a Ship. Adopt a Ship is an IMO-endorsed maritime educational, project-based program geared for 9 to 12-year-olds. It teaches children about vessels, shipping trade, commerce, letter writing, soft skills, and empathy. Empathy for seafarers. It boosts the crew's morale to receive an email from a class and to see they can make a difference in children's lives, while teachers use the email communications content to complement an array of school subjects like history, English language, geography, math, and other subjects. Let's listen to a sample communication exchange, one of the hundreds of letters, email letters, between the participating sea captains and the elementary school classrooms.
Hello. Really glad and excited to have received your message below and be a part of the program Adopt a Ship. Here, really hoping that I can share a little of myself, my sea experiences, and anything that may interest you all. You may call me Captain Bobby or Plain Bobby. May I answer you point by point so I don't miss anything that you may want to know?
In which part of the world are you traveling this period?
Since I joined this good vessel Alkimos Iraklis in Singapore, we discharged cargo of soya bean, seed at Jiading, China. Then proceeded to Zhoushan, also in China, for the 5-yearly dry docking of the vessel. Our last port was in Seattle, Washington, USA, where we loaded yellow soybeans in bulk and now bound for Liaomungang, China, to discharge this cargo.
How much people have you got in that crew?
We are all 20 Filipino crew on board.
How many meters long is the ship and how many tons of capacity has it got?
The ship is 229 meters long with a total hold capacity of 97,246 cubic meters.
Have you been to our country lately?
Yes, but it was on a Christmas day of 2018 and we stayed at Piraeus anchorage only.
What's your homeland?
Well, let me introduce myself this way. I'm Captain Roberto Lapus Timtimam, a Filipino national with a permanent residence in the Philippines. I graduated at Philippine Merchant Marine Academy in 1981 and have been sailing for most part of my life since 1979. You can just imagine how old I am in this shipping business. But I still don't see myself hanging my 4-striped shoulder boards in the near future.
What are the weather conditions and what's the sea like there now?
Unfortunately, we just experienced a stormy weather starting last night and is still going until now. So that is also the reason why I cannot respond to your email right away. We are currently in Aleutian Bering Sea, trying to avoid the heavier seas in the Pacific Ocean.
We also have been on a campaign to slow down brain drain in Greece by helping older children through our workship programs geared for freshmen in the workplace, and by setting up the first online platform, a CV database for shipping companies to locate their future employees. Our founder members care and support Greece's campaign for brain gain. We are helping to prepare young professionals in the making to become more employable in Greece, and we start early on. Many Greek ship owners have enrolled their vessels in the Adopt a Ship program. The Hellenic Ministry of Education has given the stamp of approval to go nationwide and cover all the Greek elementary schools. Let's watch what our minister has to say about Project Connect and Adopt a Ship.
Θεωρώ πολύ σημαντικό ότι μέσω αυτού του εγχειρήματος τα παιδιά μας, οι μαθητές, οι μαθήτριες εμβαθύνουν τις γνώσεις τους με βιωματικό τρόπο, γνώσεις σε αντικείμενα όπως μαθηματικά, αγγλικά, πληροφορική, ιστορία, γεωγραφία. Και έτσι έχουμε μία μοναδική ευκαιρία να ενισχυθεί η ενεργός συμμετοχή των μαθητών στην εκπαιδευτική διαδικασία, να προάγεται η συνεργατικότητα και να κατακτάνε έτσι τα παιδιά βαθύτερα τη γνώση. Και αυτό έχει να κάνει με την ανάδειξη της σημασίας του τομέα της ναυτιλίας για τη χώρα μας από την οπτική των επαγγελματιών, δίνει την ευκαιρία σε μαθητές και σε μαθήτριες να αποκτήσουν προσλαμβάνουσες από την καθημερινότητα στο πλοίο, που ας είμαστε ειλικρινείς, χωρίς τη συμμετοχή σε αυτό το πρόγραμμα δύσκολα θα είχαν την ευκαιρία οι μαθητές να αποκτήσουν τέτοιες προσλαμβάνουσες, και έχουν επίσης την ευκαιρία να ανακαλύψουν τη σημασία και την μακραίωνη ιστορία της ναυτικής παράδοσης στη χώρα μας, αλλά βεβαίως και σε διεθνές επίπεδο.
If you would like to participate, either by enrolling your vessel or becoming a member, please don't hesitate to contact us at Project Connect.
On price risk management solutions, please listen with me, Mr. Philemon Adonopoulos, Managing Director of Talon Commodities.
As we all know, shipping is a capital-intensive market. Therefore, price risk management solutions for the shipping sector are very important. Mr. Philemon Adonopoulos is the founder and managing director of the London-based Talon Commodities Limited, which is a regulated trading company offering integrated trading services and risk management solutions on energy, shipping, and environmental commodities, as well as base metals. Philemon has been active in the energy commodities markets for 20 years. He has offered risk management and yield enhancement solutions to all types of professional corporate clients, including shipping, industrial, transport, trading companies, as well as refineries.
Of course.
So, Philemon, I have some questions for you. First, owning and operating a fleet requires the investment of significant capital, the expected return on which can be very dependent on freight rates and bunker costs. How can Talon assist an owner or charterer to meet expected returns?
Despina, thank you for the invitation to begin with, and congratulations for the very innovative digital shipping conference this year. Now, if we take a look at some benchmark markets of the shipping market, for example, this is the Cape-size dry bulk carriers, we can see that over the past 5 years, rates have moved from $3,000 a day, and sometimes for separate dates even lower, up to $30,000 or $35,000 per day. If we take a look at the benchmark tanker VLCC going from Arab Gulf to China, we can see that the world scale has also moved from the rates down to 30 up to almost 200. And if we take a look at the cost side, because the previous was the income side of the vessel, if you look at the Gasol 0.1, which is a benchmark for bunkering, of course you can have 3.5, but the rates are at equal level. We can see that it has moved from $200 per ton up to $1,000 per ton. So in essence, we can see that both income and cost can move 5 times up or down depending on the period. So having this in mind, in reality, over a year, any company faces huge risks that they may have a chance to manage. What we do as Talon, we offer this management of income and management of cost. So in essence, when the rates are high, we can assist owners and charterers to fix these rates for a prolonged period of time. And when costs are low, like was the case with fuel a few months ago, then we can fix this lower cost for, again, a specific period of time. So we manage vessel income, we manage vessel costs, we can manage the competitive advantage or disadvantage between scrubber-fitted and non-scrubber-fitted vessels. That was the case with IMO 2020, the big case last year. We can manage scrap value, so when a bank offers a loan with a balloon which is based on the scrap value of the vessel, scrap has a price. And when scrap is high, we can fix that scrap value in order for a bank not to face diminishing collateral. We offer fleet diversification and fleet management. For example, a company with 10 Panamaxes, who they wish they had 2 Supramaxes at a certain period of time because Supramaxes have not rallied as much as Panamaxes. Rather than buying a Supramax vessel, they can just buy a forward or the spread between Supramax and Panamax and make the expected rate they would expect if they had bought the vessel. And of course, we offer fleet management by being able, if you have a vessel on the Atlantic or the Pacific, and you can fix a high rate, if you consider it is high, for a period of time, and bring your vessel back home in order to get a better rate on the other side of the ocean. We offer cash and carry. Cash and carry was a big game of last year where all tankers were used as storage places, where you store your oil and then you have to sell the derivative on the oil to keep the profit in for a period of time. And of course, we offer a quick market access. If you have an account with Talon, you can access the market in a matter of minutes rather than negotiate a purchase of a vessel.
Okay, that's very interesting. Environmental impact on annual costs to the shipping industry has been increasing rapidly. In 2020 was the switch from high sulfur fuels to 0.5%, and now we see that carbon emissions are on the way. What should we expect on that front?
The environmental agenda, we all know it's here to stay. The IMO change that people didn't expect to start on the 1st of January 2020 actually started with big costs to some companies, and some of them couldn't even tackle it. The next thing coming up is carbon emissions. Carbon emissions has a price. 1 ton of EUAs started at $4 per ton back 3 years ago, and now it is at 40, with an outlook to go higher. That means that a fleet of 10 vessels may have to manage 100 to 200,000 tons of EUAs, and that could be an extra cost of 6 million euros, not dollars, per year. We have done at Talon a primary assessment of how much a vessel will be charged on carbon emissions costs, but it's still not the time. We don't have the final guidelines from Europe. However, we need to understand that a new cost is falling on the heads of the owners on top of the scrubber that was 2 years ago, and this environmental agenda will keep creating new costs for any industry that pollutes. So being able to manage this by managing that cost through companies like Talon, it is, let's say, a new management line that every company, especially shipping company, has to have, and they need to prepare ahead of 2023.
What is the added value then of Talon to an owner or charterer? Can you resume?
Talon has a team that we trade bunkers, we trade freight rates, we trade carbon emissions actually since 2008, because carbon emissions started back then with the power generators. We're experts in structuring these strategies and minimize the cost effect when it's a cost and maximize the income effect when it is an income. We assist companies to prepare their hedge plans. We advise management on strategy and budgeting, and we can execute the transactions we propose. So we have an overall added value on a company which is regulated. It has a very, very big strategic owner, which is motor oil refineries. Everybody knows that, at least in our region. We are regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority in London, and we're also members of major exchanges like the EEX in Germany. So our proposal is, come to us to offer you a new way to manage your income and to manage your costs ahead of an industry that is modernizing and has nothing to do with what it was 10 years ago. Thank you very much for responding.
Thank you.
It was an interview that Mr. Antonopoulos gave to the founder of our conference, Mrs. Travlou. And now I have the great pleasure to welcome Ms. Irene Notaias, Manager Director and Founder of Banker Broker, Primes Banker Plus Services, and Governor of the International Propeller Club Port of Piraeus. Welcome. I have to say that I was deeply moved from the previous video that we saw about your educational program, and I'm really looking forward to listen to the panel discussion that you will moderate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this unique and interesting panel called Banking on Bunkers. Thanks to Slide2Open for giving us this opportunity. We are going to share important insights from the bunker industry that will be useful to sustainability of the shipping community. My name is Irene Notaias of Primes Bunkers Plus, a bunker buying management provider service situated in Greece. And I'm co-moderating with Mr. Llewellyn Bank Hughes, all the way from London, the founder of Petrospot, an international publishing, training, and conference company focused on shipping, marine fuels, and publisher of Bunkerspot and Ship Energy that we all read and love. Hello, Llewellyn.
Thank you, Irene. Kalispera.
Kalispera.
Joining us on the panel, representing the bunker supply side of the business, is Sifis Vadianis, Business Development Director at Secondary Bunkering Stations. Representing the bunker buying side is Stamatis Shakatis, previously a bunker supplier with Macoil and now a bunker buyer with Sakos Energy Navigation. Representing the bunker trading and credit sector is ex-Dynama, Lloyds Intelligence and Standard & Poor's credit analyst, Amsterdam-based Kieran Michael Brown, now Group Credit Manager at Island Oil Holding Limited. And representing the trade, credit and insurance side of the business is Makis Sayes, Managing Director of the Greek branch of Atradius. So let's get started. Bunkering ought to be a very simple business, but it can be also a hugely complex business that many may not fully appreciate. Bunker STEM may involve multiple parties and multiple contracts with a complicated string of financial arrangements and any number of operational and legal hurdles that all need to be considered before, during and after any bunker delivery. But before we look at the financial side of bunkering and how this is evolving, Irene will explain the anatomy of a typical bunker deal, the players involved, the process of buying bunkers, and the role that finance and credit play. Irene. Have we lost Irene?
I need the... Excuse me. Sorry, there's a little problem. I'm not seeing... Indeed, now, okay, I got the message now. Indeed, the business of buying bunkers seems simple, and yet it gets complex. The best way to describe the anatomy of the bunker deal is, and how finance and credit play a role, is by this slide I created. It maps the procurement process of one bunker inquiry for one vessel, showing the supply value chain and how all these players are interdependent and how the banks and credit insurance are at the heart, fueling the entire process with money, basis credit. Buying fuel for one's vessel is competitive intensive and certainly not as simple as buying gas for one's car. After all, the buyer is buying a commodity, and there's a whole mechanism behind it, which is built on consistent relationships and credibility. There's a standard inquiry procedure that we all follow, and each inquiry is like working a mini project requiring lots of information, and time is of the essence. If you look at the diagram, you will see all the players. The buyer, in the blue circle on the left, is the end user. The other participants are part of the supply chain and each have a distinct role. They are the physical supplier on the right side, who sells fuel and is responsible to deliver the product to the vessels. The trader on the bottom, who resells the product and acts like a credit card, providing extended payment terms. And then there's the broker, like me, who acts as an agent for customers, helping negotiate and manage the inquiry process and after delivery. So the buyer forwards a bunker inquiry to the supply chain to get prices from at least 3 to maybe 6 sources. And those 3 or 6 sources may go to another 1 or 2 sources before they reach the supplier. Therefore, the suppliers view the same inquiry from several channels. Price offers are different for each inquiry because there are no firm price lists of the day. That's because prices may change every minute, being driven by crude future movements actually, and avails of product, among other variables. For many traders and suppliers to be price competitive and get the deal, they must have volume, take positions, and hedge. So their business deals are linked to the derivative markets. Furthermore, to maintain cash flow, most suppliers pledge the purchase orders, which are called nominations, to the banks. So for the buyer, it's all about who gives the lowest price to fix the deal. For the supplier and the trader, it's about who's paying for this deal. The who's paying the bill for any seller is as relevant as timely deliveries are for any ship owner. Therefore, the price offer is not entertained until the buyer's account is accepted. So to be accepted, sellers and suppliers who are being financed by banks must have clearance by their banks and credit insurance in advance. So that's where due diligence comes in, audited financials, and know your customer reports. All this is taken for granted as we're waiting for our prices. Thank goodness we don't deal with this process when filling up our cars at the gas station. And speaking of gas stations, the physical suppliers are obligated to pay cash at the refinery when they are lifting product to deliver to the vessel. Yet they're expected to provide end users with 30-day credit lines while they're exposed and the fuel is being used. So you can understand why it's crucial to the suppliers and the traders to know their customers' credibility and that they will pay consistently within the agreed terms in advance, whether those terms are 21, 30, 45, or 60 days. Therefore, besides a pricing process based on derivatives, finance, credit checking, and credit insurance are part and parcel of the anatomy of the bunker deal. Okay, Llewellyn, I think I covered the basics. Let's begin the discussions. Back to you.
Thanks, Irene. That was the quietest you've ever been when you started that one off, so that's very much appreciated. Anyway, 2019 and 2020 proved to be a rollercoaster rides, but things did not quite turn out as expected. In the run-up to the IMO's sulfur cap, there were fears that the price of compliant fuel would surge and remain high. For a short period, bunker suppliers enjoyed a bonanza and everyone predicted a credit squeeze. But prices fell back, disaster was avoided. Now, though prices are rising again and things could go quickly sour. Already, we've seen banks and credit insurers deserting the bunker business and have seen some high-profile bunker suppliers disappear. So what should we make of it all? Looking at the credit and insurance side of the business first, I'll turn first to Makis of Piraeus. Makis, since the downturn of 2008, banks and trade insurers have been increasingly reluctant to finance bunkering, with OW Bunker's demise in November 2014 and subsequent legal problems having taught them a few lessons. But then last year, Hin Leong and GP Global, on paper at least two solid suppliers, seem to have accelerated the withdrawal. Is this as serious an issue as it appears? And if so, what are the consequences and what conditions will be needed to entice the banks and insurers back? Also, while we're at it, how important is it that suppliers insure their accounts? That's for Makis.
He's not being heard.
I hope you hear me from well.
Oh, we didn't hear what Makis said. Makis, can you repeat that?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Please repeat that. Go ahead.
I said, okay, I hope that it's now fine. I just started by saying that bunkering has always been an attractively difficult sector with a number of peculiarities. However, I must say that credit insurers, were not exactly reluctant for this sector, but rather a bit more alert. Because we, credit insurers, do not demonize an entire sector just because this is difficult. We are not dogmatic about that. Besides, there are always good companies in difficult sectors and bad companies in booming sectors. Right. And this is exactly what signifies the value of the credit insurer, which is exactly to successfully evaluate the credit worthiness of every buyer. And at least it's what we do. In this way, we have a lot of
okay, we're having a problem with the sound. There's a problem. I don't know if everybody heard. Did everybody on the panel hear what Makis said towards the end?
No, it was very difficult to hear.
Most of it, yes.
Yeah. How about if we'll come back to Makis, if whenever we can hear, maybe somebody else can jump in so we don't waste the time. And then, because Makis, there's a, it's like a, I don't know how to explain, an echoing or something. I can't explain it. But you have so much valuable things to say, and you want to try it one more time? We heard what you said, but towards the last sentence wasn't clear. Please try again one more time. The last thing you said, if you remember. Llewellyn, maybe you can help him.
I was saying that Yes, I do not know up to what point did you hear me, but I was saying that we do not just kick out an entire sector because this is difficult. Now, as far as OW is concerned, I hope you can still hear me. As far as OW is concerned, for me, this case was like a myth buster.
Right.
And this surely taught us a number of lessons. The first lesson is that there are not companies anymore which are above any suspicion. We also learned that there is a certain risk of default for each company. Of course, not all companies are equally risky, but there is always an element of risk behind every company, which sometimes may collapse for a number of reasons, such as bad management or other external factors. And all the above drive me to the last part of your question, Llewellyn, regarding the importance of credit insurance, and which for me is of a paramount importance, especially in such an industry like bunkering, where all stakeholders are highly interconnected, like Irene mentioned before. And the number of benefits, there are a number of benefits. The primary one, the obvious one, is that the supplier will take his money back in case his buyer goes bust, like what happened with OW, or even if the buyer just delayed to pay the money. The second one is prophylaxis. Besides, in most cases, the credit insurer provides a pre-warning to the supplier in case his buyer starts to become riskier and riskier. So we slowly take him out of the risk, and so for him to decrease the sales or even stop the sale. And finally, the final benefit, which for me is really, really important, is the financing. Not many do know that if you have credit insured your receivables, then you may assign these insured receivables to financial institutions like banks and or factoring houses in order for you to get cheaper or easier working capital, financing, which is pretty important for an industry like bunkering, since everybody operates on a razor-thin margin.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to pick that up with Kieran, actually. That's Kieran is a representative of both the bunker supply and trading side of the business at Island Oil. Maybe you could shed some light on the practice of pledging in receivables to the banks. It didn't used to be much of an issue before the collapse of OW. Now it seems that suppliers are more or less obliged to assign their account, otherwise they may not get any funding. What's your experience in this regard?
They were obliged before OW. OW just brought it to the fore. As Maki said, it's if you can insure your receivables, then you may as well use them to help you generate cash flow. It's a positive thing for clients because if as a trader we have to buy on cash in advance from a supplier, if we have that working capital with say an asset-backed loan or a factoring agreement, we don't have to pass on all of the costs of that in terms of margin to the client. It gives us some more room. Almost all of the larger traders and suppliers have some form of financing in which their receivables are pledged. The smaller players are at a disadvantage here if they don't have that because they're reliant entirely upon supplier credit, which is more expensive and not always guaranteed to be there. But it's a feature that's here to stay, and I understand that even some private equity companies are now pursuing some of the smaller traders, trying to offer them a type of trade financing as well.
Okay, well maybe Sifis, as a representative of the supply side of the business with Secovin, could you let us know what impact the reluctance of banks to engage has had on the supply side? Has it become more difficult to finance your business, and if so, what measures are you taking to overcome it?
So I would like to expand basically on Kieran's points as well, as it's certainly more difficult to finance a business, but keeping everyone in the loop, let's say, and being open on how we operate and manage risk at the end of the day has made it easier these days to finance a business and at the end of the day provide some value to our clients. But basically, transparency and engagement with everyone is key.
Okay, I'm sure not every supplier out there will be pledging his invoices or taking out expensive credit insurance unless there are absolute requirements of the banks and the money men. Stamatis, as a representative of the buying side, now with Tsakos Energy Navigation, but previously for some time on the supply side of the business with Macoil, could you share your experience of dealing with pledged invoices and credit insurance from your side?
Of course.
on the buying side and my experience here. I mean, there is always a short period of time that the market and the is nervous and there is tightness. And if we do have a bankrupt supplier that has a big market share, then the rest of suppliers trying to take advantage by raising their margins. Going forward to that, there is the pledging their invoices to the banks in order to have their credit insured, and that they will not face any problem on the cargo replenishment. So we do face that, especially in big markets like Singapore, where we do have to, sign a deal that banks are taking the money from from one banker supply, and then we do request the confirmation from the buyer that he doesn't have any payment from us waiting, and yeah, this is.
Can I intercept, Llewellyn, just to add that
sure.
As a broker, we're seeing these NOAs, notices of assignment, and where our buyers the company has to sign over and to accept these things. Whereas when it first started, we weren't seeing these NOAs, so now it's becoming more transparent, which as a broker, I cared about my customer knowing that his nomination was being pledged or pledged actually. Thank you.
Okay, let's look at a little bit at credit lines. I mean, 2020 proved not to be as onerous as anticipated in terms of credit crunch, but should oil prices rise significantly, as many see now as a distinct possibility, will the credit issues that had been expected a year ago suddenly hit hard now, or is the system sound enough to manage? I wonder about Kieran, who's a very expert credit manager, from the point of view of supplier and trader, are you having to offer credit lines to bunker buyers, presumably on a daily basis? I'm guessing that the more transparent and forthcoming the buyer, the easier it is to know the counterparty and therefore to be in a position to offer him credit. Could you talk us through the process of granting a credit line to a new or returning customer?
We can't hear you.
To talk about
repeat
can you
that?
hear me?
Repeat it, we couldn't hear
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The entire process would take way too long to discuss, but the important thing to remember is that you can't make a decision about credit unless you have some information. So sort of inherently, the more information you have about your buyer, the better position the buyer is in. Even if a company, say they do provide you with their financial accounts, let's say their balance sheet, it's not great, but it's also not the end of the world. Well, from a credit point of view, at least you know sort of the basic parameters of this company, and you're a lot more comfortable giving them credit because you have more knowledge than you would if you had no financial accounts at all, or no credit report, or even no knowledge of who the ultimate beneficial owner is. So we take all of those things into consideration, plus obviously our own records if we have any. But if that information is absent, then we kind of have to make a decision without much information. And in that case, we're going to be cautious, generally speaking.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to move on to his advice. Semantics, you've been in a position of granting credit lines with Mackerel, but now you see this from the other side of the business. Is it now tougher to get what you want, or do you find that your company is sufficiently well known and trusted to achieve what you need?
Regarding my company, I mean, we're in the business. Tsakos family is in the business since 1970. Tsakos Energy Navigation is a listed company in New York Stock Exchange, in the market since 1993. So we have a reputation. So we do not have a problem having open credit lines. Now, regarding what we are facing currently is the KYCs from different suppliers, the big suppliers that and the different reasons that we always have to fill, and in order to do some in order to trade with them, and the speed of evaluation is something that is the main concern of ours.
Okay, it's just it leads into Irene. As a neutral broker, presumably having to deal with the supplier and the buyer to find common ground in order to do the business. But with KYC all pervasive, has the task of sorting out credit checks, due diligence, trade references, bank references, money laundering, and OFACs and all these other things become more difficult of late? If so, in what way?
Well, it's not enough that we have to find the right price. Now we have to find the right avails, the right product. We have to find the credit line for the customer. As a broker, you know, we don't buy and sell. We use the trader for that. And with our customers, which we call clients, we care that they can sustain their credit lines. And we've had difficulty recently, actually after OW and after the capital controls in Greece, where even the credit lines that we did have for our big companies were all frozen. So there's a lot of things that go into play, which I explained a little bit before. And yes, it's very difficult for us during the day to try to retrieve all these we know our customer, but all these like showing their underwear kind of thing, you know, with the audited financial statements for small and medium-sized companies is not so kosher, I can say in my Brooklyn talk, for traditional families, family-owned businesses. Now, the younger generation, I've noticed that they are more, or I should say, less reluctant to show them, because moving forward, they really understand and they get it that this is the way business is done nowadays, and finance takes a big role, plays a big role. Because we only have about 8 minutes, by the way. We only have about 8 minutes, so we should go towards.
8 minutes. Okay,
yeah.
let's go on to CIFIS then. Wonder if CIFIS noticed any change in the amount of credit you're now handing out versus a year ago in terms of amounts or numbers of buyers requiring it. Are you still happy to offer flexible terms, or have you clamped down lately? And what would a buyer have to do to make it more likely that you would grant him some credit?
So it always depends on the client and the information we have in hand, certainly. But given also the competitive landscape, that changing credit terms is not always an easy thing to do, as even if for smaller clients with high risk, there's always some competitor that looks to take the client from you. So I would say I haven't seen any huge differences in credit terms, especially in Piraeus at least. But in terms for new clients and new businesses, we are always flexible and looking to accommodate our customers, but we certainly need more information on how they operate and possible risks at the end of the day.
Okay, well, Makis, assume that transparency is a prerequisite in terms of information required when a supplier is looking for credit insurance to cover himself against unreliable buyers. What advice do you give to a prospective bunker supplier, and what advice do you give to a prospective bunker buyer in terms of securing credit insurance and therefore enabling the deal to take place?
Definitely. Transparency is the key word, as you said correctly. And this is translated into our business because, as you may know, we provide credit insurance via credit limits. And in order for us, credit insurers, to provide a credit limit, we need in prior to evaluate the creditworthiness of the buyer. And how we do it? By using financial and empirical information. And this is how we arrive at what you said before, transparency. So we need transparent and updated financials of the end buyer in order for us to approve the limit on his suppliers. And it's the benefit of the buyer to disclose his financials to the credit insurer, because at the end of the day, he will enjoy a credit limit for free. So as far as for the supplier is concerned, he should timely inform all stakeholders in case he experiences any delays from his buyers. So when we become aware of this valuable empirical information, then we protect all other suppliers, and we will protect all stakeholders. So yes, in a nutshell, transparency and timely communication among all stakeholders is a must.
Okay, that's cool. Irene, do we have much time left? You have time for another question?
I think we could go to the next question, but I just wanted to say how this whole conversation, Kieran, you had said something once to me on the phone. We were talking about how customers would be paying less if they knew that if they paid on 30 days. I mean, can you say something about that? The longer you have credit line, the more expensive the price is, because a lot of people think they're buying, cheap when they're really buying more expensive when they have. We can't hear you again. Now I hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
If you're, I think it begins with a slight delay. If you're asking for 45 or 60 days, then I mean the supplier has to, factor in their own costs, and of course that's going to get passed on along the margin. But in terms of having easier access to credit, it's not so much about the terms as it is about communication. So if you've got a client and they can only pay on 45 days because that's how the business is set up, that's fine, as long as they consistently pay on 45 days. Some clients, their cash flow is quite unpredictable, so they don't know if they can pay on 30, 45, 60, whatever it is. In those cases, as long as the client's telling us what their business is, this vessel's on a voyage to do this, they're going to deliver this to this port, this vessel's coming off time charter. If they just talk to us and we can understand their business and their sources of cash flow, even if their payments are inconsistent, we can usually find a way to make it work. So it's really about communication.
This is very valuable to know. Llewellyn, I think we have 5 minutes.
I think maybe do you have time for the last question?
I'd like to ask the people who are 5 minutes, yeah. So we can wrap it up.
Okay.
Maybe somebody can answer the last question, and then we'll just say our good nights.
Okay, the last question basically is about big versus small, and to what extent are smaller bunker suppliers, maybe in niche markets or single ports, with loyal customers, a long history of excellent service, now under threat from lack of bank finance, compounded by the ever-growing presence of large, heavily funded trading houses with strong balance sheets, who are lapping up smaller competitors and muscling on their business. I wonder maybe Sifis, as a small bunker supplier, or a growing bunker supplier in Greece, are you seeing people moving into your market to try to bite off a bit of your business?
He's our big one here in Greece, though.
So I think that's a reality everywhere. And in the case, though, of smaller markets, or let's say smaller ports, I think the value of the local supplier is higher. Basically, the way I see it is that the local supplier is positioned as a partner to a larger trader, being able to provide the value to the bunker supply chain at the end of the day, and leverage the local expertise to everyone's benefit. So in this case, I would say we, as a local supplier, that you might feel safer, let's say, but I don't know what safety means these days in any case.
Oh, exactly. Smartis, you may agree that there's some excellent small companies and some very weak big companies. When you're making the decision to select a supplier, apart from his ability to supply the fuel you're looking for, what other parameters might you consider before choosing, assuming that the choice is available? What are you looking for?
Yeah, of course, the reputation of the supplier is something that we look into it. Definitely, the quality nowadays is a must. We have to secure that we do have a good product because you do know the problems, the issues that we faced in 2020 and during the change from high sulfur fuel oil to very low sulfur fuel oil. And last but not least, of course, is the price that the supplier is offering to us.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Irene, you look a bit agitated there.
I think we're there, so we can say, well, I want to thank all the panelists, Kieran, Stamati, Mikey, and Sifis, and thank you to this great panel, Llewellyn, for sharing your expertise and insight into the financial side of bunkering. As you have heard, bunkering can be very simple, but also very complicated. The key is transparency, cooperation between the suppliers and the buyers and the traders and the brokers. The more trust that each party has in the other, the more streamlined and successful the bunkering transaction will be. And the greater understanding each party has of the constraints of the other, the better it will be for everyone. But if there were one piece of advice that I am sure all of our panelists would offer, it would be this: know your counterparty, be as transparent as possible, and always pay on time. Thank you for watching us. I wish everyone lots of health and safety. Good night. Good night from Greece.
Bye.
Your experience and knowledge are really valuable to us. Thank you so much for this wonderful discussion.
Thank you for this opportunity. It's great.
And now, let's all watch Mr. Petros Papas, CEO and Director of the Board of Directors of Starbalk, in an engaging interview with Ms. Katerina Stathopoulou, the Executive Director of Investments and Finance and Governor of the International Propeller Club, Port of Piraeus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I have the pleasure and the honor to welcome to our conference a friend, Mr. Petros Papas, CEO and Board Director of Starbalk. I have known and worked with Petros for many years, and throughout his long-standing career as a principal and manager in the shipping industry, Petros has been involved in numerous vessel acquisitions and disposals. He's also the founder of Ocean Bulk Maritime and its affiliated companies, which are involved in the ownership and management of vessels in the dry and wet space. Petros was the chairman of the UK Defence Club, a member of the Union of Greek Ship Owners, and Lloyd's List Greek Awards recipient in 2014 as Shipping Personality of the Year. Petros, I would like to start a conversation with basic shipping fundamentals. For example, supply and demand. You're an expert on that.
Well, first of all, Katerina, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity for this interview. And you know that market fundamentals is my main interest. This is how I take my decisions. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm a bull. I'm a bull in sign.
Okay.
It's also the year of the bull in China.
All right.
And I'm very bullish about the market. The reasons behind it, besides the fact that there is not very much ordering, not only from Greek ship owners, but from Western ship owners in general, is, I think, mainly the incoming IMO regulations. We do not know exactly what is going to be the fuel of the future. And therefore, if you do not know what the fuel of the future is, you don't know what the engine of the future is going to be. And for that reason, it could be that you order a vessel today, which you take delivery in 2 to 3 years, and then that vessel is obsolete 10 years down the road. So perhaps because vessels are built to endure for 20, 25 years, if that vessel that you ordered today endures for 10 or 15, you basically lose material time in being able to repay for the vessel. So I think this is one of the main reasons for not having ordered. And of course, that helps supply a lot. So actually, one thing I want to say about it is that we ship owners should embrace IMO, not only because of the benefit it's going to give to the planet, but also because it's going to help us see better markets going forward.
Interesting. You made a point.
Yes.
And that brings to mind something else I'd like to ask you, since you said about not knowing what engines we're going to be having because of the fuel.
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion, what are your thoughts on new technologies? There are now vessels and ship designs that are being considered or even built with sails, electric engines, and even wind turbines. Do you think they will prevail as the ship design of the future?
Katerina, I consider those as interim solutions. The main thing is going to be what is going to be the non-fossil fuel of the future. Is it going to be hydrogen, ammonia, something else? The solutions with the sails and all kinds of similar solutions, as the scrubbers as well that we have installed on our vessels, they're only solutions for the short term. They do not give the 100% green benefit that we're looking for. They're looking, I mean, you can benefit perhaps 2, 3, 4, 5% or 8% out of those solutions. And they can help you meet the standards that for 2030, but they will not help you for the 2050. So all these are doing are improve partly the situation, but the main thing is which is going to be the fuel of the future.
Do you think that geopolitics, sanctions, tariffs, environmental regulations, as you said, will be playing a role in the financial stability or sustainable finance, I should say more correctly, options and solutions we're looking for, or is it just supply and demand?
Supply and demand depends on all what you mentioned. Environmental regulations are going to be key. And of course, geopolitics is extremely important as well. And we've seen what happened during the last issues that arose between the US and China. But all these finally affect the supply and demand. And we talked about the supply earlier. I think supply is going to be is very good as it stands at below 6% right now, and it will remain so exactly because people are not going to be ordering vessels. But demand is going to be very positive as well, because after the COVID situation, and once a solution is found and people are vaccinated, I believe that we will see a very strong economy worldwide. And that definitely is going to have to assist shipping. And combined with the low supply, we will be seeing very positive things, and for a protracted period, in my view.
Interesting. That's a nice positive viewpoint for everybody.
Well, finally, we've been losing money for 10 years.
Exactly. Yeah. So is that why capital markets, do you think, finally are now interested and are on fire with the shipping industry, although they were not interested in the shipping space for so many years? What has this demand side sparked their interest? Do you believe it's going to last, or is it just a window of opportunity that will soon close?
Well, I think that it may be a combination of things. I think, first of all, people are talking about a commodity boom. And what does shipping do? Shipping carries commodities, and therefore it is linked to how commodities fare. And therefore, I think this is a main reason why public markets are getting interested in shipping. But I also think that there aren't presently many opportunities for funds to invest in various areas. And therefore, they turn their interest to our business. But also, we're starting from a low point. And there is upside in our business right now. So I think that has a lot to do with their interest in shipping. And this could be a good thing as long as we don't engage in vessel ordering.
Vessel ordering. We need to restrain ourselves once again.
Yes.
Which is difficult when things start going up.
And
it's human nature.
Greed versus fear. And if you see a couple of really good years in shipping, I'm afraid that greed will overtake fear. And then people will start ordering again.
Greed. That's a big word. We've lived the previous financial crisis, I personally believe, was because of greed or underlying greed after 2008 or leading up to 2008.
I will actually bring the example. In 2008, you were very young then.
Of course.
And I remember that the order book was at 70% of the existing fleet.
Yeah.
And that actually was being delivered within 3 years, which meant that you needed to see increase in demand of 25% per annum, which is obviously impossible. So I wonder sometimes, the person that ordered last at 70% order book, what was he thinking?
Very true. What was he thinking?
Yes.
Let me move on and say the basic. Shipping is capital intensive, and bank finance availability has been very strained over the years because of greed, as we said before. In my opinion, that was the underlying factor leading all the way up to the 70% of order book to the fleet that you just mentioned. So as banks have left the market, alternative financiers are trying to fill in the void. Now, funds are opportunistic in nature, and this is very well known to everybody. Do you believe this has a future, or do you believe that bank financing from banks, bank financing, and I'm stressing it, will return to its pre-Lehman capacity?
Banks actually are presently lending to bigger companies. And they much prefer corporate structures. So public companies like ours have an advantage over there. But I think also smaller companies that have a corporate structure and have a good past in lending will also be able to source finance. And it is true that there's less banks in the picture today than it was in the past. But I think that going forward, as the market improves, we will see banks coming back in the picture. I think this is inevitable. For the time being, we also have leasing structures in China and Japan. And at the beginning, also they're more selective. But as time goes by, I think they will open up to smaller companies as well. Now, funds have engaged in these alternative finance schemes. Actually, our partners, Oaktree, have one of those, Mirbaum, which open up to smaller companies and give higher finance and perhaps will take more risk than normal banks. But of course, they're much more expensive. I believe that this will continue to exist. Although I believe that banks are going to come back to the lending table. Yes, thank you. I believe that even those alternative schemes of the funds will survive because there's thousands of smaller ship owners that need access to those funds.
Yes, if you compare the financing from the funds and the banks, the difference is the pricing. So if the market can sustain paying a higher price, that's also a factor that needs to be considered.
Yeah, well, you have to take into account also Basel 3 and 4 and things like that,
Banks
which make it more difficult for banks. They need certain standards to be able to lend. And that's why I believe that companies like Mirbaum or other similar will survive and will offer their services to smaller ship owners. And let's not forget that in Greece, we have at least four Greek banks that lend to the Greek ship owners and under relatively good terms.
Yes, I think in Greece we are very happy and very fortunate because the Greek banks are there for the Greek owners and at very competitive and commercial terms and prices. I want to move a little bit into shipping operation issues over the past 12 to 18 months. And we are coming close to the COVID crisis, as you said earlier. So what do you believe is the difference today compared to the past crisis in shipping?
Well, today we faced COVID, which was totally different from the past. I mean, in the past we had financial crisis mostly. COVID was a humanitarian crisis as well. It also was a financial crisis, but the main problem we faced was being able to repatriate our crews, to make sure that we get on board crews that were healthy. And this has been a very difficult situation because we had to face quarantines that endured for 14 to 28 days. There were no flights. Charters would not assist us very much in our efforts. Countries would close down. So we faced huge problems with crews. We had people that were on board for more than a year. And we did our best to support all that, to support the crew psychologically as well as financially. We had to divert our vessels we have mostly Filipino crews, so we had to divert our vessels to Manila at very high cost and loss of time. And also, let's not forget, not just the crews on board, but the crews on shore that didn't have a job because the previous crews were staying that long on board the vessels. And that created financial issues for these people as well.
As well, you're right.
A second problem that we faced was that we were not able to send our inspectors on board our vessels. So basically, our ships were running on their own. We could not have our port captains, our port engineers look at the condition of the vessels.
You had to put your trust on your crew.
Yeah, so our heroic crews were doing the job on their own.
Last question that leads me from what you just said is the Neptune Declaration. I know your companies have signed it, and more than 600 companies and organizations have signed this declaration. So what now? Who do you believe? So everybody signed this. These are very logical and humanitarian requests that are being verbalized and signed off. Who do you believe should lead the implementation phase of these requests? Because we've all signed the declaration, so now what?
Well, first of all, the government should recognize seamen as key workers. That's the one thing. And be able to have free movement to and fro the vessels. And second main thing I would say would be to vaccinate, to give priority to vaccination of the crews. Let's not forget that shipping moves 85 to 90% of world trade. And if shipping stops, the world does not move forward.
Yeah, we will freeze, we will starve, we will do a lot of things that we don't like. Okay, so it's up to the governments to lead the charge.
Yes.
Each state on its own.
53 governments have already signed it.
Yes.
But this really needs to be put in motion.
Exactly. It's one thing to sign, but somebody needs to take charge to put this in, to implement it. Well, thank you, Pedro. It's been a pleasure and a very interesting discussion. And I hope to see you soon again.
Thank you, Katerina. One day we will be free and we will be seeing each other more often.
More often, yes. This was a good opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have the great honor to present Mr. George Tsavlidis, the principal of Tsavlidis Salvage Group, for the closing speech. Mr. Tsavlidis, welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody, in particular the team run by Esben, Travlou, who actually was capable of actually running this conference, which probably is the first time I've ever actually experienced having one running 3 consecutive afternoons remotely. I'm old-fashioned, you know, I write with a fountain pen, and I'm used to the idea of being where I am and having people in front of me. So this is obviously the first experience for me as well. Having thanked the
We're back again, a small technical issue that was easily resolved. And I have the great honor to present Mr. George Tsavlidis, the principal of Tsavlidis Salvage Group, for the closing speech. Mr. Tsavlidis, welcome.
Thank you. First of all, I'll probably have to repeat myself because it seems that the hearing was a bit difficult before. I'd like to first of all thank Travlou for inviting me to this session. I also like to suggest that this is probably one of the first times we've actually been able to experience a conference on remote line by webinar or by electronic devices, which is a new way of communicating. I think that I have to quote Edward Land again, because I think what Despina did was basically what Edward Land suggested about the impossible, that you never undertake a project in life unless it is manifestly important and nearly impossible. And I think what we've done here, you and the whole team, and in fact the whole team of speakers, I think we have attained the impossible. Just to sum up, I'd like to thank also our Minister Yanis Plakatakis for actually making the opening speech, and which shows the significance of this venue. And I won't go through the names of speakers because, as you probably all know, there's about 85, 90 speakers, and I actually lost count of trying to follow each one of them. Just to mention a few things which actually struck my mind was Dimitris Fafalios, who mentioned clearly that shipping is the management of change, which I think is a very key statement to make in a conference like this, where we have so many topics which were covered. And of course, you mentioned the basic thing, which is you should go to the heart of everybody present, that you never give up. Thank you, Dimitri, for mentioning that statement, because it's something which we leave with all of us here who are present. I'd like to give specific emphasis to Captain Eugenia Dasakli, because quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, even though we've covered numerous topics during this session, I think one thing which I think is left as a focal point, which I think is important to all of us, is the circumstances prevailing in the consequences of the coronavirus, and which has obviously affected all of us. We're sitting on our computers at home or running with masks to office and going through a tremendous amount of stressful circumstances. But all that need to be said is what is also mentioned during the proceedings, is the stress and uproar and horror stories which in fact are confronted by our crew. As you probably know, and which is mentioned earlier, there's been about 350,000 to 400,000 crew members who are in a position not to be able to leave themselves and go to a job. So effectively, they're leaving families who are short of money, who are probably destitute in some circumstances. And on the other hand, we've got another 350, 400,000 crew members who can't disembark from their ship, which means they're going through a tremendous amount of stress, upheaval, and all the other circumstances which probably none of us can really imagine, having to go and face a coronavirus, going to sometimes ports which are dangerous, uncharted waters, stormy weather, and all kinds of other issues which arise on the sea in any event, which is a very highly risky business. In particular, I'd like to suggest that the Neptune Declaration, which was signed a couple of months ago, first of all, I'd like to correct what Mr. Thapoulou mentioned. There's now, I think from what I gather, over 700 members who've actually signed up to this declaration. I think perhaps it's one of the most important issues which highlights this conference is the fact that it's up to us, it's the duty of all of us, who our main theme is to care for our seamen and care for the people who work with us, to place the emphasis on doing everything which is feasible to ensure that we can actually put the crew members in the priority list which they're entitled to. As Petros Papas mentioned earlier, is to give them priority in terms of being vaccinated, give them priority in terms of how they can transport themselves, have all the heads of state, because this is a situation which unfortunately the Neptune Declaration has to literally reach out to the government members and the guys who are actually in charge or run countries. So effectively, this is a declaration which is basically going to have to reach the impossible to be able to achieve. It is so important because, as we mentioned, and I'll quote Mitropoulos, Efthymios Mitropoulos, who is the ex-Secretary General of the IMO, that without 90% of the shipping, as you know, is sort of transportations by ships, and without shipping, half the world would starve and half the world would freeze to death. So effectively, the importance, which I think, if I may say, which culminates from this conference, and I'd like to focus, if I may, if I have the permission of the organizers, to focus and pay tribute to our seamen for this conference, because basically we've gone through many issues which we've heard before earlier today by bankers, investors, shipping people, finances, service providers. But I think at the end of the day, I think we all have to recognize with a certain amount of humility that it's the seamen which in fact have a priority in our business. And that's the time which I think we're here to remember, and to all of us reach out in every way possible, all to chip in our own way which way we can to go and help the situation get back to normal. I'd like to finalize by saying that Ralph Emerson, actually, I think he was probably quoting Kavafis when he mentioned that life is a journey, not a destination. Well, in fact, that is true, but effectively, I think Kavafis, when in his Ithaca, he put it more elegantly, that we are going through the trip, the journey which counts rather than destination. And one final point, because there were certain matters which were arising during the conference proceedings referring to money and wealth and power of the shipping industry. I'd like to address the younger generation in particular and mention something which I've mentioned before, that money talks, but wealth whispers. And I like to suggest that the shipping industry at large is not just about the idea of making money. It's the idea of being creative, of being put in a position to be able to give, because the ultimate happiness in life is achieved by giving rather than taking. So in a certain way, even the people who are in a power game to achieve a certain amount of financial wealth, at the end of the day, the money which one accumulates can only do any service if one can use it to provide for those of us who are in need, and those of us who have not been fortunate enough to actually achieve what has been achieved by the people in the shipping industry. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a long day, in fact, a long 3 days. Personally, I'd like to, on a more humorous note, I think basically there's something which I've never done before, and I'm very honored by the fact that I was called upon to make closing remarks. And just remind you, basically, that in making the closing remarks over proceedings which carried out the last 3 days, I had to come up with what I had to say literally 5 minutes before I was called to the podium. So I'd like to wish you all a pleasant evening, and to thank you again, Despina, for having a magnificent performance. And you have performed a miracle this evening. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you very, very much for having me participate in giving this closing statement. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Closing the event is a tradition and an honor for us. Thank you. You've been brilliant again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't finished yet, but it's my moment to say goodbye before leaving you with the founder and the chairman of the conference. I would personally like to thank all those people who supported us here in the studio, the local stage team, Pavlos Kerasidis, Lina Stamati, Christos Brito, and Tassos Amarandidis. Also, Nancy Voyadzi for implementing the exhibition hall, and Konstantinos Rapakoulias for his overall support these days. Thank you all for your warm participation and attendance. So we beat on. It was a unique experience for all of us, and we really hope that very soon we will see each other again in a physical space. I now leave you with Ms. Travlou, the person who envisioned all this, and also Mr. Rapakoulias, the chairman of Slide to Open Shipping Finance Conference 2021, for their closing remarks. Thank you all. Stay healthy and safe, and we will make it.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you. You've been here 3 days with us, and you moderated this conference excellently. Thank you very much.
From my heart, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference chair.
Dear Despina, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this great event. Despina, you had promised me innovation and a fresh look towards all things digital, but truly this went well above my expectations, and I've greatly enjoyed this and my involvement. I'm not sure I would have much to add to what George Travlou has so succinctly summarized to us, and I don't want to tire you with any more ideas. I think we've all heard remarkable speeches and presentations. I will simply want to thank you once again for engaging me in this and including me, and to many more to come. Thank you so much, Despina.
Thank you so much, Angelos, for the quality and the energy and the level you brought in this conference. And we go on, we beat on.
Thank you indeed.
So, 3 amazing days, 93 speakers, an array of topics, some of them tackled for the first time. Even a traditional industry such as shipping is now evolving. It has maybe been a slow started in this respect, but it has now picked up speed like never before, and so has Slide to Open. You, our audience, have really provided us with an amazing thrust. Your participation and subsequent feedback are much appreciated. And while this is the end of the line for Slide to Open Shipping Finance 2021, you need not get off. The ride continues. For those of you engaged in other activities, there will be video recaps of all the sessions for you to view at your leisure. And we are working on continuity in various shapes and forms. So stay tuned, and thank you so much for being with us and for all your encouragement. I would like to thank myself, all my colleagues, the brilliant Slide to Open team, first of all, my partners, Konstantinos Rapakoulias and Nancy Voyadzi, all the guys working with me daily and night, all night long and all day long, and the local stage team, Pavlos Kerasidis, Lina Stamati, Tassos Amarandidis, Christos Brito, and of course, the e-Expo team, Ilias Tsardaris, Litsa Vigileu, who made, and all the other people who worked to accomplish this virtual exhibition hall that it is ours, it is our home now. We stay tuned because we beat on, we are here, stay tuned. Good night, everyone.